And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Up Fall Tournament hosted by Esports CCP. I am Mazel, and I'm joined by my good pal and third time in a row casting partner, Smacks. And we're going to be guiding you through this long day of games in this great tournament that we have. And we're going to be kicking it off with JHU Blossom versus DBG.
Yeah, it's been a big weekend for the two of us here, Len. We got our third cast in 3 days. And yeah, this one's going to be pretty much all day today. We've got 2 best of 2s and then a best of 3 to top it all off in the in this bracket in the tournament. And I'm pretty excited to be doing some more preseason games with you too, as the new items and everything are all out. It's complete chaos as to what champions are good and everything. So I'm excited to see if we can see some unique reads on the meta and whatnot.
Yeah. My thing is, I'm like a kid in a candy shop. I have found such a renewed fun and enjoyment in playing League with these new items. And yes, sometimes getting trolled a little bit by some of these ridiculous builds that are out there right now. But I've been having fun. And that's hard to say when you're playing League. But as well as with casting, with casting, I found just this. It's amazing. It's like being a scientist and going to some like undiscovered new land and being able to just talk about it a lot. So it's been a very enjoyable process for me.
Yeah, lots of uniqueness and just new things that are afoot in preseason 11. So yeah, it's been a great time for me as an analyst as well as a color caster to just try to figure out everything, figure out the names of all the new stuff. I still definitely don't know all the names. I'm using some form of shorthand for thing. I don't remember what the hatchet item is called. I just call it the hatchet item. But there's a bunch of other things that are really cool. And yeah I'm excited to see what new things we can see today. I've seen a big trend of tanks, on-hit 80 carries, Jhin. What else is there? Kale's pretty big. And some people like Kha'Zix with the Duskblade. So there's some fun stuff.
Amumu's still lurking there though.
Oh yeah,
Amumu's still lurking. I've been also playing a lot of AP Volibear. Doubt we'll see that, but I've been having fun with it. It's been a great time. So apart from the preseason, do you want to break down what we will be seeing today, though, Smacks? Because we're gonna have a long day of games, as we already mentioned. But breaking that down a little bit here, it will be 2 best of 1s streamed back to back with a potential little break in between, and then we will have the finals. It will be a best of 3, and that will round us out for the day, Smack.
Yeah, and first off, the first best of 1 that we're going to watch is JHU Blossom versus DBG. Both of these teams have gotten a bye. I'm not sure if that's random or seeded, but nevertheless, they have the bye. So we're going to be watching that best of 1, and we're going to be jumping around to different series as the day progresses. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see a few of these teams. I am pleasantly surprised that there is actually a player that I know on one of these teams. I've casted Omari's gameplay before, so if he's listening right now, I remember you. Omari.
I remember you.
He was a sick Pyke player.
Okay. I have to say, Pyke has been a little bit falling a bit flat for me here recently in the new patch. Smacks. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to see.
He's fun with us.
Yeah. Well, and before we're going to be getting into the draft here soon, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going through pro draft to start us off with. But just looking at some of these players, looking at some of these teams that have been put together for this, there's some crazy picks in there. And I mean, it's a lot of the meta stuff we see. A lot of Seraphine, Rammus, and Mumus. Sejuani's even in there. I've been seeing a ton of her recently. I just wonder what curiosities we could have today.
Yeah, one thing's for certain. Everyone has their own idea of what's really strong.
It really
and
is.
I would not be surprised if every single person right now is completely wrong. So yeah. I'm excited to see what the different strategies are and where they end up taking all the new items. Like you said, there's this AP Volibear thing that you're trying. I actually got completely demolished the other day by AP Nasus Top. Ooh. So that was a lot of fun for him, not for me. I got crushed. But
who were you playing?
I was playing Kale top because I was like, no, I heard Kale is broken. And then I got matched up against AP Nasus top, and he maxed Wither. Ooh. So I could never attack him because his Wither was slowing me by 99% and everything. Bad. And he had Cosmic Drive. So he just ran me down, and he had all this
Oh,
ability
that's
haste. It was
so
crazy.
bad. Oh my
I
goodness.
I was really annoyed. I was promised that Kale would be super broken, and apparently
You were
AP
promised
Nasus just
greener pastures,
crushes
and
it. It's crazy. So
yeah,
if
yeah.
anyone plays AP Nasus today, I'll have the details for it. I'll tell you what's going to happen. But I don't know if that's actually a thing that's going to work against champions that are not Kale, but it
Yeah.
really worked against me. So there's that.
Skarner is another one that I've seen that I think, like, on paper looks super scary,
Mm.
has all the setup tools, everything you're looking for right now in the meta, but hasn't been picked a lot of the games that I've seen. So I wonder what
Yeah.
we are gonna get. I still think that people are right in saying that the tanks are strong right now in the meta. I don't think that
Yes.
there's any question to that because of how dominating. I mean, I've literally gotten full tank cops in like every single one of my solo queue games, even in bot lane. They don't even play ADCs anymore, Smacks. But
Yeah.
it's really going to be about who gets what pieces where, and there is some differing between some of these players, and there's not very similar champ pools. There's a little bit of here and there, but I think that we are going to have two teams that are going up against each other, going to have very different styles.
Yeah. And I wouldn't have it any other way here, Lennon. I
Yeah.
want to see some new stuff. I want to see both teams trying some wacko, crazy shenanigans. I want to see some
Wacko crazy.
Katarina.
Gotta coin that.
Katarina, I think, is pretty sweet, but I tried her and I went like 2-80 on
Yep.
Katarina
Yep.
in my match
Every
history.
Katarina I've had has not been good, and like
Yeah, if you
it's like you look at her, it's like everything is broken. Why is this not working? And it just doesn't. I don't know.
if you look at my match history, you'll find countless Katarina losses on the new patch, and that is because I personally am not a very good Katarina. But I can tell you that she is good if you're good at Katarina, but it's actually really hard. I consider myself to be pretty good at League of Legends. I'm not the best, but I'm pretty good, and I couldn't make her work after trying it like 10 times. So
You are the guy that played
I don't
LeBlanc
know.
support, right? And made it work.
I
So, you know.
that,
Is that
that
dark tech? Do we not
I
talk
don't know
about
if
that
that
anymore?
really
Is that like,
worked. I don't know if that's
you're
exactly
right.
something that I would call a success story, the LeBlanc support, but I did play it.
You did.
So
It's in the record books.
there's that.
Maybe we'll get some lessons on how to play Katarina tonight. Although
for
it's
me.
not in the champion pools of these guys, though.
I can tell you what
Probably
items to
not.
click.
Hey, there you go. There you go.
I can't tell you what buttons to click though. I'm not good
Why
at that
not?
shit.
Smash,
Because
help me.
she's bouncing all over the place. I can't keep track. Meanwhile, when I'm in ranked, I'm playing things like Galio. He lumbers around. Oh, he's got a punch.
He's
But
scary though.
he can't blink 8 times in 1 second, Lennon. So that's
But
too
now you go
complex for
X-Tech
me.
Rocket Belt, and you know.
Yeah, but that's still not a blink. You're just running at them faster. Katarina actually has to
True.
you have to move your screen all around. Oh, it's crazy. Maybe we just play lock screen Katarina. Maybe that's the
Maybe
that's the
that's the play.
technology that I'm missing.
I've been
but
thinking about playing lock screen because I just recently got a new mouse and I can't handle the DPI. It's too much, and I know I can change it, but I'm like, I want to be a good gamer and I want to go at high DPI, but it's really hard.
Yeah.
Smack. Speaking of hard, we're going to be into this first draft. And I'm so excited to see what these teams are going to be picking for us. DBG on the blue side, and it will be JHU. Some of those really strong engaged supports away, at least to begin with. And circling back on that Samira point, I I I need to go look up some guides or something because my Samira gets trashed on. I sometimes pop off, like every once in a while. It's one of those things where Samira, even when she's losing, it's like the same thing when you say with an Aurelia. She's still an Aurelia, even if she's 0-10. Samira is still a Samira if she's 0-10. But
yeah, very true. Also, Samira is like the AD version of Katarina because she has all these dashes everywhere, and her ulti is just a better version of Katarina's ulti. So it's really not that fair.
right.
Whenever I was playing Katarina and I saw Samira in the game, I was like, you're just
Is
a
that
better
me?
version of
It's the
me. I'm
Spider-
upset.
It's the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
But we do have a couple more bands coming through here. DBG go the Pantheon and Sejuani ban route. where it is the Victor and Cassiopeia. Oh, potentially a Moo. Okay. JHU getting one of those big meta junglers out of the way. Insta-lock of the Malphite.
Yep, where the top tier tank gets removed, you will then go for the second tank, and that is Malphite. Can't go Moo, can't go solo Baron, that's okay. Just pick Malphite and you can solo the entire enemy team. So I like that pickup
Any
a lot.
ADC will be scared.
Yep, every single AD carry will just quiver in their boots at the Malphite.
I'm not even playing and I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm definitely scared. Absolutely. This champion is insane right now. You go for the tank items and you don't even need to do any damage, but you still do damage.
I do really like the response and the tank pickups taken with the trend here. Smacks, we get Zach for JHU, which will be that nice engaged tanky bit for their team. I'm wondering what they go with the second pick though, as could be pretty integral to what they want to go, but saving some counter picks could be beneficial for them. It will be the Jhin locked in.
And not too surprising on that one, of course, I was mentioning how all AD carries are not very good except for Samira. Jhin is kind of the exception because he still has Deadly Flourish, and that ability is bonkers because you can snare people from a mile away, and when no AD carry deals any damage to tanks, then Jin's happy because he couldn't deal any damage to tanks anyway. So then he's like, okay, now you're all at my level. Now I'll just outrange you and outshoot you and everything. So Jin's gonna feel pretty all right, although he certainly will not have an easy time dealing with the Malphite and the Nunu, and now the Vayne coming in. This is an AD carry that could potentially deal some semblance of damage if she can actually get in range.
I just don't know about the Vayne. I mean, obviously, I guess if you're picking it for a solo lane, but into Jhin, I feel like it's never the greatest idea. But I mean, hey, going up with the mechanical skill potentially for DVG is what they're hoping for, as they get that Nunu Vayne combo, which Nunu, another really strong jungler right now that has so much presence, and there's somebody else who has a lot of presence right now that has a lot of strength, especially that Eclipse build. If they do go it is the Aatrox for JHU.
The problem with that, though, is that you are against the Malphite.
You hard lose against Malphite? Is that what you're telling me? Because it's true.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's so true, and it hurts my soul.
Aatrox has the benefit of not caring too much about the attack speed slow from Malphite, but he still struggles, just like every other champion, at trying to deal damage to him. So it's going to be pretty tough to actually do so in this matchup as the Aatrox, especially with this Eclipse, which does provide you with the main source of damage as lethality. So that's not going to feel super great on the first item, but as the game progresses, you actually do get % armor penetration from the Mythic passive. So if it does come to a scaling point, then the Eclipse build for both Aatrox and Jhin could end up being pretty big against the Malphite and the Nunu, but we'll have to see if it actually comes to that point, as it might not even benefit them that much, as Vayne also really likes scaling up.
And it's one of those hyper carry late game ADCs that you just have to fear, especially in a tank meta, in a world where you're seeing all these juicy health bars, and that percentage health damage is a little too much to deal with. But you do see a couple more bans coming through. Seraphine by DBG, taking away some of that comfort, some of that most played champion right now on the side of JHU. And then we had the Cassiopeia ban and a non-ban. I'm sure we'll get an update on what that was. Bran was the last ban for DBG, though.
When there's that Veigar coming through, I actually like this pick quite a lot against what DBG have so far, as they have a pretty low range composition, apart from the Unstoppable Force, of course. But for Veigar, having that cage, that's going to be really detrimental for a champion like Vayne to have to deal with. So I'm pretty excited at that pick. Of course, it's not super easy to blind, and DBG do have possible counter pick right now, but we'll see what they go with. It's the Orianna.
It is. We do have an update. It is the Pike ban, as that last ban there, the non-ban on your screen. So getting some more of those engage hook champions away. I like this Orianna pick. Gives a lot of safety, a lot of reliability in the mid game, in the mid lane for the mid game for DVG. And if they lock in this Alistar, my goodness, you see that lineup and how terrifying it is.
Yeah, again, though, this is another champion in the Alistar that struggles to deal with a champion like Veigar zoning you out from quite a while away. So you have to keep that in mind, as this Veigar pick could just be huge at denying everything that DBG want to do. But do like in this Annie. I'm assuming this is the support Annie, as I
It has
feel
to
like the
be, right?
Veigar isn't amazing as a support champion right now, but Annie actually does have the possibility of going to that role now, with the
Mhm.
E being able to be targeted onto
Yeah.
her allies. And that's pretty cool. I haven't seen a lot of experimentation with this so far, but I'm really thrilled to see how this champion's going to work in the lane like this. She does have a pretty nice range advantage against both Alistar and Vayne, so I'm pretty excited to see what this can do.
I am too. I think the biggest thing for them is their CC and the amount that they do have it. It will be on a timer, at least with the Annie, being able to set that up, and you have to worry about the Alistar insta engaging with Vayne being able to follow that up if the cage is down. But you still, as you were saying, you have this damage, you have these possibilities for you, but as well as I think that when you're looking into these big team fights is where JHU is going to have a lot of strength.
Yeah, it just feels like both these teams really want to go for
They
those
do,
team fights,
yeah.
except the main thing that's gonna come into play here is whether or not DBG's Vayne can go into the side lane, because that could end up being a pretty big prospect for them as far as like lane control and getting some objectives down. Of course, Vayne doesn't usually go for something like a teleport, so going for Baron plays with the Vayne in the side lane doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and you don't have a lot of damage without your Vayne on DBG, so
Yeah.
you have to keep that in mind. But it doesn't really feel like anyone on the side of JHU can actually deal with a Vayne 1v1 as the game progresses, so that could be something pretty big for DBG to have in their side. But again, Vayne is the only physical damage on this team.
It is, which is not the greatest thing to pull away from that, because that's it's unfortunate, because you're gonna have a lot of different damage, differentiated damage coming out from GHU, where if they do build some tankiness on some of these members, it will be harder to deal with. I still think, like, no matter what, even if we talk about these team comps all together, I think it's these solo lanes that are going to mean a lot. I know in mid lane, it's not going to be the craziest. I mean, it's just a Veigar-Orianna matchup. Top lane could be a little bit more volatile in the Aatrox to Malphite, but it's really going to be about how the Zac and the Nunu interact and how quickly there is these skirmishes and how that kind of tumbles into fights.
Yeah, the Zac and Nunu picks were chosen very early on in this draft, so they have to have some level of confidence on this one, or on both of them, really. Is though Zac was even blind picked into this game, just right into the Malphite for the top lane. They're just immediately like, okay, that's enough. We're gonna go with Zac. We're gonna try to match your engage. And JHU, they do have the Aatrox to go in with the Zac, but everyone else is really just gonna be providing support from a whiles away. Unless you count Tibbers, but I don't think that one really counts, especially coming from the support position. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what this Zac pick can actually do into this composition for DBG that is very low range, does want to engage on you. So the Elastic Slingshot may not be as impressive as it usually is, and maybe we're going to be seeing more of a defensive Zac.
Which you can... I think that Zac just has so much fluidity in what he can accomplish, especially in the early parts of the game, depending on what you really want to do. And that's going to be a really good thing for JHU to pull off and be able to execute potentially here in this one game. I mean, it is just the best of one, so you do need to win here. Both compositions trying to put it all on the line. And I would like to say that the go button is there. The Nunu with the Malphite, with the Orianna, the Alistar, everybody jumping in. I mean, that is going to be insane for DBG, and it's just got to be a really nice, shiny, giant red button.
Well, the button is that, but it's just going to be for DBG to actually press it when it comes down to it.
How do you press it? The nervousness.
The button actually might be kind of hard to press, because Veigar is standing there with the cage around the button. You know, he's that like little clear box around the button that you have to open up and then press it. You know, but yeah, we'll see what actually happens as far as what Veigar is able to do in this game to shut out this engage, or if it just becomes an absolute bloodbath.
We'll have to see as we do take a little break here while we get ready for the game. Do not touch that browser. We'll be right back. Welcome back as we hit Summoner's Rift for the first time of the evening, Smacks. I cannot be more excited to kick this tournament off. And we do have a banger of a game, some high profile picks on both sides, some high volatility on both sides, and hopefully some early action.
Yes, some exciting stuff happening. It does appear that both these sides are going for a very similar strategy. They both have the engage tanks from the jungle. However, where it mainly differs is that their top laners are completely separate from each other. There's one AD juggernaut and there's one full tank. So we'll see how that ends up working.
AP,
in this
okay?
one.
You could
Well,
go full AP.
You could go full AP on Aatrox too, but nobody does because there's a build that's clearly better here, Lennon. So
I mean,
so let's not get too crazy.
You're right. I'm just excited to see the Eclipse come out. I'm also excited to see the Eclipse come out on iDrive Car on the Jhin because we all know that that's the build now that everybody goes, which I think is awesome and it's fun and it's super entertaining to play, Mr. Smacks. Not against this composition though.
Yeah, I don't know why you're trying to sell me on Jhin in this
Because I
game.
want to change my mind, Smack.
I've said this a bunch of times. I've said this a bunch of times. Apart from Samira, Jhin is the best AD on this patch. He is.
Yeah, you're right.
Because he's the only one that can actually do things. Except for like Kog'Maw, but Kog'Maw
really like
doesn't fit into every comp.
Yeah, true. It is going to be nice to see what iDrive Car, such a weird name, can pull off in this one. Especially against this Alistar Vayne bot lane. We already talked about it a little bit in draft and how scary it can be to get caught out by something like that, where you're only relying on the Annie stun pretty much, which isn't that reliable. It has to be played around very well. Excuse me, happy unhappy. It's going to take about half of Sir Clubber's health in the top lane trade.
That's going to feel pretty nice right now on the Aatrox, hitting all three of his Darkened Blade procs. Going to have that one up again with his dash, so going for yet another trade. Yeah, there it is.
He only hit 2 out of 3 that time.
Well, the sweet spot, sure. Still landing the damage on all of them at least. And
whatever.
We're already seeing that Clubber's already used both or 2 of his corrupting patches.
Yeah,
he still has one left.
Really
But all right, here's more. There's 2.
Oh, yeah, you can't do that. He doesn't have the dash on the third one though, because he did use it to connect the second one, which is always a little bit tricky to try and weave those through. I do believe in Sir Clubber though. He has those biscuits. He's gonna be chomping away a mountain eating biscuits. I don't know what kind of vision that is, but we will see a vision of a gank to the bot side, and iDrive Car is gonna get the first sweet taste of vengeance that will be brought over, and he goes down. That's unfortunate.
Pushing up with no wards. That will get you killed. That's a certified fact. You can take that one to the bank. Tell him Smack sent you. Anyway.
And,
yeah, he can't push up like that at all.
Who are we telling that Smack's in?
iDrive Car. He's going to drive his car over to the bank. He's going to say, hey, I'm sorry that I pushed up without my ward. Can you please forgive me? And then they'll say, no, because you're dead.
Wait, I was going to say, do they just kill him? That seems like murder. That doesn't seem right.
No, they don't have to kill him because Jose's gank already did.
True. We do get to see the TP used by Sir Clubber to make it back to the top side though. So happy unhappy will have TP advantage for himself. Feels nice. Donchus has found Daydream. There's a TP now coming in from Dabnene, and Daydream is going to be the first to fall. That is very unfortunate. He does get the Bloblets pop, but can they get the rest of them? We'll have happy unhappy joining first. Sir Clubber right behind him though. It's Jose getting a little bit low. Nice knock up onto Sir Clubber there though, forcing the flash over the wall. Trying to chase it down. He lands the chains, forcing another flash. That's going to be 2 flashes burned on the side of DBG, as well as a couple burn for JHE.
No kills being shed in that exchange right there, but lots of damage in that bot side right now as we're already seeing iDrive Car. He's making it back. He's learned from his mistake. He's coming. He's all right. I have the longsword now. I will go for these trades again, and I do want to commend him as they did get a nice push off before they got ganked, which is the reason that they got ganked, honestly. If they had warded, then it would have been a perfect bot side play. But alas, it wasn't. As Omari...
He doesn't die, though. Oh!
Yes, he does.
He does? Yeah, that Spark Flash burns the flash, but gets the kill. Now Donchus is down here, but is in a 1v2. Clubber is going to get taken down. Oh! Wait! Why? Smacks, what happened? Oh no, he auto-attacks the minion, and now Donchus gets caught in the dragon pit. It's also Jose towards the top side of the map, so that means a free dragon, but it will be a kill handed over as Happy Unhappy slowly but surely falls.
Man. All right, so we're getting a lot of kills in this early game right now, but the Ocean Dragon is going to be picked up by DBG, or sorry, JHU there on the red side, excuse me. JHU is going to pick up that dragon. So their play on the bot side actually did lead them to an objective. We'll see what else they can do with that one. As Happy Unhappy, he is very fast.
Oh no.
That's
the clubber! Oh, he just got clubbed. Okay, we need a club skin for Aatrox. Just gotta say that right now. Oh, that gives me so many ideas, Smacks.
But Mordekaiser's the club guy.
No, we give Aatrox club.
Even has the King of Club skin. That's already that niche is
whatever. All right, whatever. It's fine. Okay, I'm making it, and you can't tell me no. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna come out with it, and I'm gonna fully release it with Riot, and it's gonna be a club skin for Aatrox.
Presented by
Brazil in so many ways.
All right. Well, if that happens, I'll be there. I'll support you. I'll be like,
okay,
all right, that's
all
boy made a skin. It's a really weird one, but I'm glad.
It makes absolutely no sense, but here you go.
Yeah, I already have some nice Aatrox skins, but you know, still gotta support.
Which one's your favorite? Which one's your favorite?
I actually like the one that Happy Unhappy's using right now. I like Mecha Aatrox.
Yeah, that's the one I used for the longest time until Blood Moon Prestige came out, and then I started using that one.
You see, I do not have the funds for Blood Moon Prestige Aatrox, so.
Although I do really like the Victorious one. I thought the Victorious one was pretty good. But
yeah,
I feel like the sweet spots are too telling.
The Victorious one's nice. I like it more than Justicar because it kind of just looks like a better version of Justicar.
Yeah, it does.
Which feels a little bit unfair to Justicar fans out there, but especially Justicar fans out there who didn't get gold. But luckily, I am not a scrub, so I actually do have both of those skins, so I can choose.
Huh, I see. Well, that's nice as we see Clubber getting the Whirlwinder popped on him. Doesn't get hit by the other sweet spots, though. Got only hit by the first one and does walk away with a little bit of speed there. Meanwhile, it was Dabinane that fell to Donchus. That's going to be a kill turned over. Mid lane changing a little bit. Hex Flash over the wall. Daydream has been found out by Omari. That's a lot of damage that Mr. Cow Moo Cow can do. But Jose is here too. Daydream getting very low. Burned down. Omari gonna take the kill with one last little slap.
That was sweet. That was a really good play by Omari right there. You saw he canceled the elastic slingshot with his headbutt. That was clean. And the last slap came through. I'm happy with that one. That was a really good Alistar play. Great work, Omari.
I'm giving him a little round of applause. Good job, Omari.
Oh yeah.
You did great. And thank you, producer Lauren, for giving us a little shout out.
No, that was me.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, I was saying with the camera. But they got the knockup with iDrive Car. He pops the mastery. Spark Flash gonna get knocked up here by Jose. A lot of damage down onto him though, as they're still going for iDrive Cars, just trying to pick up more than they can. Experienced is able to secure that kill onto the Annie though. In vain, picks up another one. Now 2-0-1. Donchus caught a little bit here, has to dance around the cage, but will survive.
Yeah, no, successful gank in the bot lane by Jose right there, and really keeping DBG's bot lane in it right now. Has experienced now 2 kills on the Vayne. This is the main carry that we were talking about going into the late game for DBG too, as this is the damage that they have to the tanks. Otherwise, they're going to have a really tough time killing a Zac as the game progresses. We all have seen just how brutal the tank builds can be. So getting Vayne ahead is huge, especially with the Rage Blade being in effect and just being so strong on a champion like Vayne or Kog'Maw or Varus or any of these on-hit champions. I'm honestly surprised the experience hasn't started building toward it right now, but if you have enough gold for the Noon Quiver, then it's a pretty good buy to go for.
Yeah,
So
it feels
I'm
really
glad
good.
to see that that is the option for him. I hope that he goes for the Rage Blade soon.
I know we've talked about it a little bit behind the scenes, but I just find it so interesting with the ADC item builds. But here we get a 2v2 that's turning in favor of DBG. But can Jose get out with his health bar? Daydream tries to get the elastic slingshot on him. He steals it, gets the Rift Herald, not going to get out with his life, but we're going to get a 2v2 in the bot side as well. Experience dives for it, has the invis, gets the condemn, and that's a killing spree for the Vayne. Spark Flash just gets chased down, has the stun available, so they will not continue the fight. But iDrive Car falls yet again. Now 2 deaths on the Jhin.
Yeah, 3 kills on Vayne again here too. So, wait, experienced. Got to run from Tibbers. All right, I think they're out. I think they're out. Yeah, all right. Wait. Oh no. Oh my god.
Flash. Spark Flash gets it. Omari is going to be in some trouble here too. Does have the stun available to him, but that's still Tibbers ticking away. Spark Flash could be getting another kill here. Not going to have the damage though, as he's going to die. Oh my goodness, Smax, what is happening? Rift Herald was used in the top side though. Doncic has the flash, still gets hit. Not going to die though. Jose was here and available, but not going to follow it up. And still chaos going on, Smax.
Yes. Chaos indeed. And yeah, they actually do shut down experience right there. He does get his Immortal Shield Bow and is going to be walking back to lane, but that shutdown's going to feel pretty good onto Spark Flash. Excited to see what he's actually building on this Annie. I am not very familiar with what the items are for support. I think it's Imperial Mandate though, so extra damage coming in for the Annie. And yeah, we're seeing our first mythics come through. There's a Gore Drinker for Aatrox, so actually not going to be going for the Eclipse for the lethality against the Malphites. Yeah, I can't say I dislike this. I think this is a pretty good option.
Yeah, and being so far ahead in the top side helps that a lot, right? I mean, you're already getting this mythic power spike. He's literally on boots and a couple health crystals. Like, there's nothing that Sir Clubber's gonna be able to do against that. Oh, the guy double Tibber stun though, as Spark Flash gets knocked in there. Double stun as well from Omari. The CCs, the knockups are starting to line up, and Experience is going to experience the beauty of it as he's going to pick up a double kill, looking for a third. TP coming in a little bit late, but they will arrive just in time to find Happy. Knockup goes down. They get him as well. Can they follow it up onto the Jhin? They do want it. Knockback comes in, and it is all going in favor of DBG.
Now, what a play from them right there, setting that one up with 4 members, and then the teleport came through for Sir Kleber to finish off the entire ace. Just excellent team play coming through from DBG, and a lot of that was set up by Omari's crowd control on this Alistar. You see him with the mobility boots, with the Bammy Cinder, able to set everything up with his headbutt pulverize, and just continuously using those spells so incredibly well to get experience. All of these kills now at 5 on the Vayne. Just so far accelerated into the grand scope of this game, and we're already seeing that iDrive Car, he doesn't even have his Eclipse yet. He's gone for the swiftest boots to try to keep up and try to get back to this lane because he's missing out on all these minions, and now there's a wave pushing against him too, so Experience just can continue just abusing this matchup.
Yeah, and that's where you don't like to be in these kinds of situations, especially when you're trying to potentially get ahead in the lane, and now it's just going to be another gank coming in, as they are getting a lot of stuns on iDrive Car, but he's able to get away. Spark Flash could be the end of the joke, but actually be able to find Jose, and Jose's getting very low. Chomp comes down onto Tibbers, but Jose's going to fall. Daydream able to get the knockback onto Omari. Don't find the cage. They do find the kill, and that's a shutdown. Clubber going to go down the top side as well, and a response right back. 3 members dead by DBG.
And it just feels like they all stayed around way too long, but Experienced.
Gonna get knocked up here. Nice splash, just puts an end to Zach, and DBG respond with one of their own.
Oh man, the crit with the silver bolts proc and the tumble, that's a 20% chance to happen there too. Oh, and while mid, Dawn just has that extra shield to stay alive. Wow.
All right. Everything. Dawn just doesn't land anything and only gets the shield and still survives. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, but meanwhile, like you said, JHU actually bounced back really well right there. They were down 3,000 gold before they went for that play, and getting those 3 kills, getting the first turret on the bottom side has accelerated them to the point where now it's dead even on the gold. So just a huge swing play for them.
And looking to swing that into more objective control here. You don't have another dragon for 3 minutes, as well as Rift Herald probably not up for a little while either. And meaning that these junglers just going to farm up a little bit until they skirmish again. It has only been 15 minutes in, and it's 13-9 though. We've had constant action all game long, Smacks, and that's just how these teams are wanting to play.
It's definitely entertaining. I'm liking it. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. I like all these plays. The biggest thing for DBG though in that last one was after going for that huge sweeping 5-for-1 ace and then the dragon, it just feels like they could have backed away and recalled and spent all their gold, because they've spent it all now. They're way stronger than they were before they recalled because of it, and it feels like a missed opportunity that they could have gone for and continue to show their oppression on the map, but still have that opportunity as they're taking down this mid lane turret.
Yeah, they do find another tower, or at least their first on the side of DVG, but will be the 3rd tower of the game to go down in total, but still a big focus around this mid lane. A little bit of Nayram going on right now, Smacks.
Yeah, only Sir Clubber staying away from this one, is trying to find Happy Unhappy, or perhaps just this Rift Herald as he's dashed away. Setting up for this one. Of course, the turret platings are down, but yeah, they didn't know that this is going down. This is where something like Elastic Slingshot can come up huge.
Yeah, and this is also where Nayram comes to the benefit of JHU, because they are close by for this, and everybody's here. They could be potentially looking for a 5v5 fight. There's the curtain call. They're going to open it up. Riftfield's about 1,000 health, though. It's just going to be smited and chomped down. Can they take the fight afterwards? Here comes the slingshot, but he's low health. They still have the damage, though, as Happy Unhappy is cleaning house right now. Popping the World Ender as well. Daydream getting very low, does get taken down. That's going to be a huge absolute zero coming out from Jose. Happy Unhappy running for the hills, but it's still 4-2 right now alive for JHU, and they came away with the fight.
So much damage from the absolute zero from Jose on.
Oh, the 3-man shockwave, but they don't get the kills. Oh man, that was so close.
Again, for DBG here, they're landing these gigantic damage ultimates, but the zone from the Veigar cage is so brutal for them to have to get through. We saw that Sir Clubber just died exactly where he stood. He had flash, he had his ultimate, but was CC locked to death. And even though everyone was zoned away and dealt a hefty chunk from Jose's absolute zero, it just didn't end up mattering even after that 3-man shockwave, because everyone on the side of JHU was completely safe due to the stun from Veigar. So just an excellent zoning tool in these 5v5 fights. And yeah, JHU again come out ahead.
And still a few items to be picked up by a few members here. Biggest thing for me is Daydream does not have his mythic item yet, and they will be fighting over this dragon. This is going to be the 2nd dragon of the game for one of these teams. Oh, and we're already seeing Omari go in for it. There's the unstoppable force used as well. Here comes Jose. He's going to find Spark. It's all the way out, and Annie caught in the middle of nowhere. They get Sir Clubber very low. Jose getting flashed on. They don't get him. I Drive Cars goes in, but doesn't die either. Experience wants to clean up the kills, but doesn't want to overextend, as Daydream will fall as the bloblets were targeted.
2 people dead on the side of JHU. They just give up the dragon as well. And yeah, just as we saw, just every single fight will hinge on the Veigar cage. They use it on just about nothing, and then the engage comes through from Omari and Sir Clubber. And at that point, you just have to run and hope that you don't die, because the cage isn't there, and you have no other disengage tools on this entire team. Yes, you have Tibbers you can drop, but you'd much rather be using that for an engage with something like an Elastic Slingshot as a follow-up. So you really just can't do anything if the cage doesn't land onto the critical members, and we see the downside of that come through in full force.
Yeah, it definitely does. That team fight was so back and forth. There were so many moments that looked like it was going to turn around for both teams, but it was JHU who got it, and I'm not even going to be able to talk about what just happened on your screen because Dab Inene eliminates Donchus.
It turns out that if you walk into the Vagar cage, you are very likely to die. So for Donchus, I would highly recommend that he not do that next time. Hopefully he learned his lesson.
That is hopefully the case. I like your input as always, Max.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all day.
Oh, perfect. I will too. Hey, we may have a TP though coming in. They have found Happy and Unhappy. They have a lot of members. This is 4 members. Oh my God! What? He just got all of his health back. What? I know he died, but that was impressive. That was. I'll just call it out like that. I mean, that was insane.
I think that was Gore Drinker proc.
I think
that's
it,
what
it
that
had
was.
to have been. Right?
And of course, with World Ender, you get the healing amp.
Mm-hmm.
So
that was literally all of his health.
yeah, that was well over 1,000-point heal right there. Pretty big stuff. I like the Gore Drinker even more now that I've seen that. They're starting up this Baron, 5,000 HP.
Trying to get some shots in there is iDrive car popping the mastery as well. Not going to get it. It will go over to Jose, and also the kill as Daydream tried to get in there and smite it to steal it away, but did not even get his smite off. Dabanene getting something in return on the bot side of the map, though, as they will look to push top with the Baron buff that they just acquired. Although, Sir Clubber, you're still not fed. You're still not that strong. He will survive because he is this tank Malphite at this moment, but is a little bit worse for wear after that trade.
I don't even know why Spark Flash is auto-attacking this Malphite. You're taking a lot more damage than you're dealing at this point. He already has Bramble Vest, so definitely not going to want to do something like that. But yeah, they try to go for the steal for Daydream, but it's just so difficult to actually get into a pit like that with an Alistar blocking your way. And even if you do get into the pit, the Consume Smite combo from Jose is so difficult to actually get the steal away from. So you will go down. That's a 6th death in this game, and it's just really difficult to come back from this position. But you know, they still have some means of defense. They still have that Vagar cage, and we did see that we did see that Dab was able to take that bottom tier 2 turret. So still getting some objectives in trade, and the Nexus has not exploded, so they're definitely still in this one.
Yeah, this is looking like a long haul game unless a big fight goes one way or the other, and that's a big shutdown going over to Experience. But just like that, right back in, and they just exchange a little bit of gold as Dabanene able to secure a kill onto Experience.
Yeah, both AD carries dying means a little bit more for the side of JHU right now, because now they have a lot less wave clear when it comes to defending their base, and Experience on this vein isn't the best at taking down the objectives when it comes to turrets specifically. So it does mean a lot as they don't have that wave clear tool, as Spark Flash even has to back away as he has been shockwaved.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming in, especially with that Leandries there, getting the extra burn on the end of every single one of those trades with his abilities. And we've seen it do damage already, do so much, especially against these tankier members. Looking at Daydream, looking at Aatrox, some of these other guys, it's hard to fight against something like that where it's constantly poking you. And especially when they have Baron buff, you pretty much get to take these objectives for free.
Is it just me, or are Omari's feet not touching the ground?
They are not touching the ground. I can confirm.
He's walking on sunshine. Whoa! All right. I'm not going to sing anymore in hopes that we do not get DMCA'd. But it's pretty funny. The flying cow.
It is pretty funny. Yeah. It's very interesting because you see it when he walks over people. Look at him. He's literally flying right now. He's like on top of the Malphite. What is this happening right now? It is a dragon taken, and that is sole point for the side of DBG. You can use that to their advantage the next time it comes around, especially when this flying cow is a minute.
Does it get fixed if he recalls?
Oh, good question.
All right, so he's still in the air.
Nope, he's still in the air.
Yep.
He's flying.
There he goes. He is less in the air now. So
I don't know. I think he's still pretty high.
Oh, he's definitely still in the air. But I think he's less in the air.
This is hilarious. This is ridiculous.
Walking on down.
Honestly, I don't know. We just stick on him the rest of the game. I think it's fine. We just see how those interactions work.
How familiar are you? How familiar are you? How familiar are you with Pokemon items?
Pretty
Lennon?
familiar.
Did you know there's an item called the air balloon?
Is that in? I feel like I know that name. Oh, look at that wombo combo, and it's only Dodges and Omari. Omari flashes to try and get Davinene, won't find him, but Davinene gets found by a giant snowball. Some would say the biggest snowball ever, as Spark Flash uses the Tibbers, will not get the kill, and things just going all over for DBG. That's going to be a TP used to save Daydream, but it gets canceled. On the bottom side, iDrive car gets chased down. That is going to be the only thing right now that could go in favor of JHU is if Happy Unhappy can win this fight. And so far, it's very even. It is a wet noodle fight at this point in the game, and it is going to be DBG who pull out more gold, more lead, more pressure.
Yeah, I have horrible news for JHU. You have lost 4 members, and you may be losing a 5th as Donchis now going for the teleport.
He's gonna get everything used on him, though. Happy Unhappy not able to get the distance, trying to fight out the kite. Look at that healing coming in from the Gore Drinker. He doesn't have it, though. He will fall. Top lane getting pushed by 3 members. Now bot lane going to be pushed up by the rest of the team, potentially, and see if they want to grab anything else before setting up for this Dragon Soul. That'll be coming up in about 2 minutes and 35 seconds, just about.
Yeah, as I was saying, horrible news for JHU. Absolutely dreadful. 5-0. That's a terrible fight to take. Even worse news for DBG. Omari is not floating anymore. Look at him. He's on the ground.
Oh, he is. It's fixed.
It's fixed.
What happened?
I don't know. I'm really sad about this.
That is very sad.
But, you know, DBG, they can't be sad forever. Of course, they are looking like they're going to be the victors of this best of 1, and they will be advancing further into the tournament here, Lennon. So that's got to feel pretty good.
They've still got to close this out. It is a
do.
pretty big lead for them. They've got about 7,000 gold. They've got this soul point coming up with another dragon coming up too, and Baron on the table. They pretty much can take what they want, but it's going to be the next big fight that really decides this. Will we see the momentum shift over for JHU? Will we see them mount a miraculous comeback in this game, or are they just going to go out in this game quietly because of the chokehold that DBG have gotten on them in this one?
We are probably about to find out as they're fighting for this vision around the Baron. Meanwhile, yeah, DBG's already started it up. They don't have Cage either for a couple of seconds.
They don't have TP from Happy. So I think that might just be it, unless Daydream wants to try and steal it. But we've been in this same avenue before. It's going to be a knockback there. Nicely done again by Omari, who is just absolutely smurfing.
He's in the air again!
On this Alistair. Yeah, it's got to be some weird thing with the Baron pit right there when he goes over, because that's the second time that's happened, where he sees them on the other side and knocks them away using the rush there. And I guess that's how it breaks him.
This is phenomenal news. Back into the air. They take the Baron.
Back into the
One
air.
of those things means a whole lot more than the other, and I'll let you decide which one. Just kidding. It's that Omari's back in the air. I'm so excited.
It is an exciting prospect, especially with them also being on the verge of winning this game. You gotta see the movements around the Dragon Pit. Oh my goodness, he's so high right now. There's been a lot of height issues in League of Legends since the pre-patch has gone on, especially with ability, with like Jin's curtain call going underground if you use it on an angle, and like just weird things like that, just not being able to see abilities. And maybe this is one of them. He is literally a flying cow right now. Like, he literally, when they get knocked up, they get put on his level. That's how bad it is. Like, what is this right now? Zach can't even jump higher than him. He's a mountain. He is the Malphite.
Omari
Wait,
is
did you just
simply...
see that? He just used the blast code and it just like moved him. He didn't get knocked up.
It just moved him a little bit to the left.
Please hit more blast codes. Daydream's gonna get caught, and you gotta believe this is just gonna be it. They've gotten the Baron, they've gotten the Soul, they've gotten everything they came for, and the kitchen sink smacks.
You know,
set themselves up for game number 1.
When you think about it, Daydream playing Zac is kind of just a really big blast cone.
What is that? I don't want to see that anymore on my screen.
Oh, he fixed it. No, he's back on the ground now. It's all solved.
My eyes don't have to burn anymore. Oh, he walked right into the cage. That's going to be a big double knockup by Sir Clover. They've only gotten Jose. Can they take more? Happy and Happy's trying to do his best, but he can't do it. Look at Experience.
Oh.
Experience is cleaning the house right now. The Shockwave not going to do it, but it doesn't matter. Big knockup. This is the quadra kill, potentially a penta for Experience. Can he get it? He will get it. That is going to be the penta with the absolute slam. DBG are going to take game number 1.
Okay, Len, we get a pentakill on our first game? This is insane. A 15-kill Vayne in this one, too. 31 minutes in. DBG close out this best of one. They advance further into the tournament. Oh my! What a stellar last fight there was, too.
It really was. I mean, that was insane. Experience, like, we saw the buildup this whole time. Experience doing so well, but then just to top it all off, Smack, and just pull out a penta like that. I mean, this guy is
in the fountain.
Really okay. And we look at the damage numbers a little bit. You know, Vayne's not all the way at the top. Okay, it is the Oriana, but still, that last play, it's got to mean something for him.
Yeah, and third is Malphite. It's not even one of the champions on the other team that's dealing damage. It's still Malphite.
Who did more damage than Nunu.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, Omari was pretty sick that game. And he was walking on sunshine. So he must have been hacking the game in some way because those fights were ungodly. He was actually doing so incredibly well with all the crowd control he was putting out, knocking people every which way. This was a very impressive Alistar performance from him, and it really did lend itself greatly to Experience getting that pentakill and closing out the game.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Up Fall Tournament hosted by Esports CCP. I am Mazel, again joined by my good friend Smacks, and we're going to be taking you into a hype matchup between Chang Yun's Kittens and, One Life to Play. We have a couple good names here, Smacks.
Do we?
You can't just pull the veil off like that, Smacks, all right? Come on!
It's too late. I've already done so, but that's okay. We have some good teams, to say the least.
We do.
And their names are differently displayed on this top part of the screen. but that's completely all right.
It's fine. I'm pretty sure it's Jin. Yeah, so it's gonna be Jin first ban here. Not first pick like we normally see. So at least we're getting something here. Hecarim is the first ban by Bird.
That'll be Chang Yu's Kittens, I believe, on the red side, and One Life to
Come
Play.
on. Question mark.
Bird's great. Bird is nice. So
Bird is nice. Bird is zen.
Although, fun fact about birds, did you know that birds are not real? They are, in fact, government drones, and all of the birds actually died off many years ago, and they were replaced by the government drones. No, not like the dinosaurs,
Oh, okay.
because the dinosaurs were actually an entirely different conspiracy theory. But this one, the birds were killed off and replaced by government drones so that they could keep surveillance on the entire country and around the world as well.
Oh, interesting. You learn something new every day. Welcome to Smacks Talk. Anyways, on the blue side, we do have the Samira following that Jin ban, as well as the Kale ban coming out. On the red side, we did have the Victor and the Amumu join the Hecarim bans.
I'm very worried about what I just saw on my screen by producer Lauren. Yeah, I do not think that it actually was shown on the stream, so that's great news. But I am very worried that it might soon. But you know what, Lennon? We'll put that behind us for now. We'll forgive him for that one, as Lilia has actually been chosen. Now, this is rather surprising to me. Lilia's not a super strong champion as far as I have seen in my games so far on the preseason. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what this champion even does.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Lilia since the preseason come on. I have seen a lot of Misfortune, which is the other pick that was picked up by them. So that is a very strong ADC right now. There's a lot of things that can be pulled off by Misfortune. But when you look at the other side, they are set up with a very, very good response into it with the Ashe and Leona. Tons of CC, tons of setup, and you're going to get the old, tried and true matchup, Legends of Time, 300 years, even though Lilia was just released. Graves v Lilia.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised about that, actually. It just feels like both these guys are going into their comfort picks throughout the entire season 10.
Graves is still really good,
I haven't seen a lot of Graves either, because it feels like everyone just wants to play tanks. And speaking of tanks, the only tanks that we're seeing right now are supports, and those don't really count. So
that Alistar, though, I mean, if it's anything like last game, that's going to be...
Yeah, but the thing about Alistar is that you don't actually need to build tank items to be tanky, because you have the 70% damage reduction on your ult. So it doesn't really necessarily fall into that category, but Malphite definitely does. And both of these teams have neglected to pick their solo lane champions thus far, unless we're getting a surprise thing from Lilia or Graves, but definitely not expecting that one as we go forward. And we still have a lot of opportunities to actually see the tanks come through.
We do, and these last couple picks will be crucial on how the rest, like, to round out their compositions, because they've got some ideas going for it, some strats, if you will, but need to round it out with a couple more of these crucial picks. We do have a couple crucial bans coming in, though. On the red side, you had that Malphite taken away that we saw be so influential last game, as well as the Silas, which is another pick that I've seen a lot of recently. Aurelia was one of the responses there on the blue side, though, and we're still waiting on the last ban of this game, and it will be the Camille.
You know, Lennon, we were promised by our producer Lorne that we would be seeing a jungle Shyvana this game on the side of Bird. But I don't know if that's actually going to happen.
Bird now?
We can go back and forth.
I do like the name Changyu's Kittens. I think it's kind of cute. I like cats. Smack.
I do too.
You have a cat. I feel like it all comes together, right? No. Also, I like that they are cats, but they're actually birds, and birds and cats don't really get along. I mean, that's a whole nother story for another time. As
you're gonna get me rolling on an entirely different topic related to anime high schoolers playing volleyball, and I'm not sure if everyone wants to talk about that.
Birds and cats.
Oh, Lennon, if you only knew.
Okay.
If you only knew how birds and cats related to high schoolers playing volleyball in an anime.
Okay.
Then we would be better friends.
We're gonna have to have a little chat after. After
yeah.
we have to catch me up to speed.
until you fully educate yourself in these subjects, you can only be a tier 2 subscriber to the Friendship of Smacks.
Wow, I thought we were deeper than that, Smacks. I thought we were.
Maybe we can reach that point if you do your research. But
okay. I need to go watch this show.
Yes, you do.
Speaking of watching shows, though, Smacks, we do have a lot to catch up on as we've been rambling about birds and cats and anime and high school and volleyball. We have on the red side Scion and Jax locked in. Two insane picks to have going in the same game right now. And then on the other side, it was the Set and the Ziggs combination locked in for the final two.
Yes. So what this tells us that this is actually going to be Scion in the mid lane, which is very exciting against
Yeah.
this Ziggs. So it's also the only real tank that we're seeing across this entire game. So that immediately tells me that Changyun's Kittens are favored to win this game, because if you have more tanks, then you have more money, and you have more money, and then you win the game because your money gives you the Nexus points. That's how League of Legends works, right? And Scion is really good at being a tank too, because he has the most health in the game, and he can buy all the tank items and be really happy.
Very true.
So, that's all very good analysis, top tier. Please hire me, Riot, to do more analysis for you. You'll get better stuff than that, hopefully. But yeah, I'm excited to see what this Scion's able to do from this mid lane, and the Jax too, as it's a pretty nice counter pick against the Set. Set cannot punch you nearly as often if Jax is swinging his staff around in the air.
Also, you get the extra damage from the double hits during the counter strike as well if he keeps swinging. So I don't know. Last time I saw Jax on Summoner's Rift, it dominated, and it wasn't necessarily early that it dominated. It was in the mid to late game where you just can't deal with it. You have to send 3 or 4 members to fight it in the side lane, and that just gives up all your pressure throughout. So in this match, it's where I'm really looking over at One Life to Play, the composition they've gotten, a lot of the team fight potential that they've gotten for themselves with these engages, with these strong members. They've got to find a way to play against that.
We're getting a bit of a bait here, I'd say, with this Scion lock-in in the jungle. Of course, they still have some time to switch these champions up, but they're thinking about sending the Scion jungle and Lilia in the mid lane,
which would be, I feel like it'd be really troll, but
we'll see. I don't want to count our chickens before they hatch. This might not even happen.
I mean, it is preseason. I could be wrong about literally everything.
Right.
And I'm a play-by-play, so I don't have a lot of backup in my statements.
Well, no matter what's going on in this one so far, one thing's for certain is that the side of One Life to Play has a lot of range for their wave clear and for their damage with this Ashe and the Ziggs. So it is going to be a little bit tough to actually team fight into these champions, because for the side of the Kittens here, Uwu, they don't have the easiest form of engage. Of course, the Scion can access the backline with his ultimate, but it's a pretty hard ultimate to actually maneuver, and if you do land it, it can be just as devastating as an unstoppable force, but it's much more difficult to actually do. So it's going to be on whoever's playing Scion to actually lock that one in and get the backline under control, or else this Ashe and Ziggs can certainly run away with this game.
I completely agree. In about 30 seconds till they have to have that swap-a-rood if they do want to, but it will be that set against the Jax that we were highlighting beforehand. I still think that this bot lane is going to mean a lot. And when we're looking at objective control, obviously we know that's a fact, but especially with the amount of engage, the amount of playmaking that could possibly come from these supports, that's where I'm looking at. I mean, you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of possibilities with the Ashe, with the Misfortune, and also the roaming that can come out from a Leona, from an Alistar, getting these ganks, helping these junglers. It just all meshes so well, but it needs to be executed on correctly.
Yeah, we will need to see what actually happens with that, because I think that it's actually Scion jungle.
I think, it has to be.
I'm
it's
pretty sure it
locked
is.
in.
Yeah.
Unless
So
they're like switching on the Rift, which I don't think they would, but Scion jungle, which is not something I've seen.
Right. So let's break this down by talking about Scion first and then Lilia, because I think Scion is the lesser surprising champion to me in the role that it's going to be in, because Scion jungle actually does clear the camps really easily. They've recently buffed Scion's Q to where it actually deals 150% damage to jungle camps. So you can clear the Raptors with just like 1 Q immediately.
Oh, wow.
Right off the bat. And yeah, it's pretty big for Scion to actually clear the jungle like that. So you can go for these pretty crazy clear paths with Scion, and you do become that tank. But the thing that's more surprising to me in this game is that they actually have the mid Lilia. Now, I know that they're flexing this around as they did pick it very early on into the draft, and they've instead chosen to send it to the mid lane. But it's really weird to actually have that champion go mid, especially because they've changed the itemization pretty heavily for Lilia,
Mhm.
especially, and a lot of AP junglers in general. So I'm really curious as to what this Lilia is actually going to do in this game against the Ziggs of all
Yeah.
champions, which is a really zone heavy champion. And Lilia really does just like playing in her own bubble, and
Mhm.
Ziggs is very good at not being in that bubble.
I guess you're hoping for the speed to be able to dodge all these bombs and things and not get hit, but
Maybe.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
hey, you never know. I mean, I think there's some possibility of the sign, as you were saying, there's damage buffs and things like that. Also the ulti being able to get these ganks off. Somebody's gonna know that a gank is coming. Nobody's gonna really know where. It's gonna be kind of like a nocturne ulti, I feel like. So I think that'll be interesting how that plays out. But I mean, this is one and done. You gotta play best foot forward. We're getting to Scion Jungle. We'll see how it works out. We gotta take a little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have gotten to the second game of the day, where we have CYK versus One Life to play. Haha, Smacks.
Ah, I see what you're going for with that. I understand.
I feel like
see
it'd be
the
better the other
wordplay.
way around, but you know, whatever.
Well, it's too late for that one,
It's
as we're
too
already
late.
on to Summoner's Rift.
Too late.
Everyone is
Apologize.
fanning out,
I guess that's right.
and
DMC?
Midmax has Dark Harvest.
True. And I don't know what really to think about that, because
I do.
I guess that
It's
means
cool.
you lethality, right? Like a lethality misfortune build.
So hear me out. What if, and this is perfectly honest, I think that this is a possibility. What if he goes for the Leandri's Torment?
True.
Mhm.
True. I also saw full AP Kaisa the other night, and it was really good.
All right, so here's the build.
I know
right?
that's
You go
different,
Leandri's,
but
you go Leandri's Torment of Misfortune. You max your Make It Rain. So your E's doing a bunch of damage. It's doing damage over time. Then your second item, Demonic Embrace. You got double burn. The double burn build. All right.
I feel
so
like
your
that's
E's
like
doing so much damage.
necessary every time you build Leandries. You have to build the
Yeah,
Embrace.
absolutely.
You
But then
you gotta go mask on, not mask
but
off. Mask
then your third item is the Collector.
with the execute.
Yes. And because you're
That's so
Misfortune,
dirty.
you like the lethality and the crit chance and the
That's
AD.
so dirty.
So you actually do use the stats for it, and you have all the burn,
Yeah.
and you have
Good
Dark
start
Harvest.
Doran's Blade though. I guess you.
Yeah,
could
but
start
that's pretty
Doran's
good.
Blade
That's
and
that's
go
just
that
a
way.
good starting
Yeah.
item because it gives you Omni Heal. So
What
I think
about
it can still
this
happen.
Scion? Can you dissect this Scion a little bit for me, Smacks? Because I'm V confused.
I can. So IBN is playing the Jungle Scion. It will not clear as fast as Graves. So that's kind of just a given. Against for any champion, you will get out cleared by Graves. But Scion does have the added benefit of being pretty healthy and being a tank as the game goes on, because he has his shield that gives him some more health stacks when you kill jungle camps. He has his Q, which can kill the camps very quickly. And it just feels pretty good to jungle on Scion. You never get taken low at all, and you can just do this very safely. It kind of feels like a jungle set where you clear all right, and your ganks are not amazing, but you still really want to be this champion as the game goes on, because the front line is really helpful.
It's gonna be really interesting to see how it kind of plays out. And we do have, it's a little bit ways off. We do have Mountain Dragon, first dragon of the game, so not gonna be the soul this time around. Although I would say it would be nice for both of these teams to get a little bit of that magic resist, a little bit of that armor early on, especially with the way that these team comps have lined out. But I'm not necessarily thinking it's going to be a huge priority, especially with a little bit more focus towards the top side here by Shadow Thrash. They do get Jhin a lot of damage there. They get the first blood. Easy. That's already some gold going over.
Remember what I was talking about pushing forward without warding last game? Remember that?
True.
It seems as though the Lucent was not watching when I was talking about that, because he fell for the classic blunder of pushing too far forward without dropping your ever so precious ward. And now he's going to come back to lane with an extra ward in his pocket. He's got a control ward. Hopefully is learning from his mistake. But yeah, getting that first blood over to the Graves, it's going to feel pretty bad, especially for Ibian, who really does not want to get heavily outpaced by this Graves. He's keeping up pretty well. You can see he's at 24 farm. That's the exact number the Shadow Thrash is at, but the extra kill for the Graves is going to feel pretty bad for Ibian to have to compete with.
It really is, and we've seen Graves be this pivotal jungler throughout this entire last year, pretty much. And I know you said you haven't seen him too much. I still see him a lot, and I still get a lot of. I wasn't necessarily too sold on it, but Prowler's Claw, if I can speak English, was coming out from him, and I wasn't necessarily sold on that one. So that's what I'm kind of looking at. I want to see what Shadow Thrash goes with for this one, especially going against this Scion, where you are going to need to get some of that lethality, not necessarily lethality in the sense of the actual stat, but just being able to have some damage on you and be able to take down some of these targets, because you've got a lot of things to deal with on the side of CYK that you really need to be integral in how you are dealing your damage, and especially coming out from Shadow Thrash.
Yeah, another thing that's pretty cool for Shadow Thrash to have the access to is the Ravenous Hydra on Graves. It gives you a lot of life stealing. It actually works on your auto attacks and your spells, which is really fun for Graves. And it's one of the reasons why I'm liking Katarina a lot recently. Even though I haven't been winning on her, it's still very fun to play the champion with the Ravenous Hydra because it works on everything. And other champions that really like that are like Jace is pretty fun because it works on your Q and everything. So highly recommend checking that out if you have an AD specific champion who wants to sustain and do AoE damage, then Ravenous Hydra is your item. But yeah, the Graves really likes doing that. He also really likes taking away these dragons, and Wrecked by Kakarot is going to go over there and help him out, and that's going to be the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, it was a quick transition to the bot side of the map from that top lane for Shadow Thrash, and really good eyes on making that path, getting there quickly, and being able to take that early objective. Now he's going to go out, but it is Ibgen that's going to be able to find some of his farm, and they could tussle a little bit, but he's going to stay, try to get all of this, and could be looking at a little bit of a clawback, at least from that early objective.
Oh, look at that! It's the hatchet item that the Shadow Thrash has. Producer Lauren, what is that item called? Can you hover over there real quick? The Hearthbound Axe. Okay, I wasn't even close. See, this is why. Wait, did that say 10,000?
That did. Hold on. Go back. Go back. Okay.
Oh.
Why would you do that?
I see. It's a very misleading number of zeros on that item, Riot. I want my money back for the Hearthbound Axe. That's pretty funny that it just gives you the decimal point. Does it like scale up with something? Is that why they have it like that, or what?
I think so, something like that. No, you just have to. You just.
Yep. All right.
But that being said, as we learn this preseason live on air, it's still this Scion that hasn't really gotten an influence so far. And I know you're waiting to get 6. You're waiting to have this big tool to get and pull off these games, but Shadow Thrash has been tearing it up so far. I know it's only 1 kill, but as this Graves, you don't want to let him get ahead, right? Like it does get scary when you pair it up with this composition.
And we look over at the Kitten's side here too, and their only ranged champion is this Misfortune too. So you do have a pretty tough time dealing with Graves, as he is very good against these melee champions that he can just out-sustain and out-duel you as the game goes on. And the Ziggs and the Ashe are keeping them at bay too. So yeah, I really like this composition from One Life to play into the things that the Kittens are trying to do, but yeah, it's going to be pretty tough to deal with all these melee champions if they do get to be really tanky. We are seeing from Troy that he's going for an AP build at least, so I'm assuming that this is going to be that Liandry's Torment build. We saw that item be pretty popular on Lilia before, so that's what I'm expecting at this point. Not going to be the tanky version of Lilia, at least in the first item, so more damage oriented. Maybe it becomes more threatening as the game goes on. Is the only magic damage build. I was joking about the Misfortune Liandry's build. Of course, it is going to be an on-hit version of Misfortune, so not going to get that for us. But speaking of this, Lilia really ahead in farm.
Yeah, she is. It's kind of impressive. I just wonder how that's really gonna work. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just haven't seen like a real reason to pick it. Like it's fine. Like yeah, okay, you're getting ahead of farm, but what does it really do? I guess those lilting lullabies later in the game are gonna mean a lot, but it's so hard because we haven't gotten a lot of action. It's very different from the last game that we've seen. This is a very calm game, but at any moment sparks can fly and a catalyst will be used to get the game going. So it's just waiting on that moment, seeing who's really going to make that little overstep, who's going to make that call that does snowball it into absolute chaos.
I think we're actually seeing why Troy is so ahead in farm. It's because he's taking both Raptor camps on spawn as the mid laner. So that probably has something to do with it, as we're seeing the wave clear is actually pretty good for him too, just pushing in this wave constantly. And yeah, meanwhile though, Shadow Thrash taking away this Rift Herald. He has the support of Kakarot again. So yeah, just on the neutral objective side, Shadow Thrash just completely mopping the floor.
He is, as Rift Herald will be secured here by Shadow Thrash. And now, could they look to use it top? They are going to be diving at Jax, which is never the most fun. It's like trying to pick up a sea urchin. But TP now comes in by Troy. Does just die. Yoshi Mimar is able to get one of the kills, and that's huge, as Jax was going to be a big piece to this defense, and they don't use the Rift Herald up here, which is a bit surprising. Okay, I think Shadow Thrash decided now to use it. A little bit late, but Troy's still here to defend. You do have Ivagen on the backside, does have Unstoppable to come through, but don't know if he can actually get a really good angle, and it is still just a 2v4. Tower does fall. They get the TP in. They're still going to go for this fight. This is very outnumbered for them. But look, Yoshi Mimar is backing off. Okay, well, you know, all's well and ends well, I guess, as best laid plans of mice and men or something like that. Jin dies, and the kittens are up with a kill at least.
Run, Nokisaki!
Oh, flash! Got him. Got him, coach.
That was a nice flash. In the top lane, though, Jin starts the play very well with the showstopper, getting Lucent out from the tower range, and he unfortunately ends the play there too, as he's the last one standing and will fall in that top side. Of course, they do get all the turret plates attached with the first turret, and that's going to be pretty good, but with all the attention they've spent in the top side, they do miss out on the Cloud Dragon. They miss out on a lot of plates taken by min-max bot side. Look how gigantic the CS discrepancy is in the bot lane alone for min-max. He's up 40 right now. So that's going to feel pretty good for the Kittens moving forward. And yeah, we're seeing he's already up 1,000 gold. So just pretty incredible for min-max to be able to do that and just have all this solo time in that bottom lane. But for Lucent, like you highlighted, now getting taken down twice, and he really needs to whip himself into shape if he's going to be that side lane threat that we always see Jax being.
Yeah, honestly, Jin has played that lane so well. It's honestly super impressive from him, because we see every time they trade, he's not getting baited by the counter-strike. He's able to use his shots when he has the chances for it, and the Haymaker is doing a ton of damage to Lucian at this moment. But it will get better for the Jax as the game goes on, as we said before. But at this moment in time, Jin is up. He's got his Blade of the Rune King completed as well, so feels good on that. And Gale Force completed for min-max. Not something I would have expected, but we'll have to see how that works out. Maybe there's some funky business you can do with the ulti, as we've seen so many times with everything else.
There is.
Doesn't it make the spread like really wide and huge?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is that still a thing?
I don't know. But even if it wasn't a thing, Gale Force is still really nice for Misfortune to have, as it doesn't benefit as much for the on-hit of the Kraken Slayer, and yeah, the Immortal Shield Bow is okay, but the Gale Force extra dash is so crucial at getting out of stuff like the Solar Flare or the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and Misfortune otherwise doesn't have any mobility apart from just walking around. So I really like this pickup by min-max. I've been trying the Gale Force out on a couple of ADs myself, and Misfortune is one of those ones where it just feels really good to have the extra mobility.
No Leandries, unfortunately. Min-max getting brought down pretty low. My goodness, that Leandry's doing a ton of damage. Ivagen not able to get the damage off, though, and either the CC. So a bit unfortunate how that all works out. Min-max still getting very, very low. They could be pushing this tower, though, as Cleve was looking for the dive, potentially. But it looks like they will be able to secure this one. Oh, no. Min-max. He had to run out of there. I don't know if they get the tower anymore. Nope, they don't. Min-max! That's so close.
He lived. It's all good. He did survive. Did not notice that the Leandries was picked up by Yoshi. So
why are you staying? Why? Why? Oh, 5 minutes though. Oh, nice re-engage Zenith blade, but wrecked by Kakarot's gonna get wrecked by the tower. Big damage from the showstopper. Jin goes in with Lucent, but can they follow it up? Nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Lucent's still in there. Dodge is out though. That's a double kill for Troy, and that's gonna be the kill. Gale Force coming in clutch for min-max on the bot side. Gonna get the 1v1.
The Kittens are on the prowl, and they're picking up kills every which way, and both of them onto the solo laners there too. So Jin, he was starting to look really good on that top lane right there, and he did get a bunch of resources to his lane, but now dying again. It is partially due to this Blade of the Ring King build that he's picked up, not going for a mythic and going for that 1v1 power, so less potential in these team fights, and does get punished for it immediately. Now, look at the CS discrepancies across every single lane right now for the Kittens. They're up all 3 of them, and they're even in jungle against Graves.
They're so cute, aren't they, those kittens? That kitten in the top lane, Lucen, he has a lot of swords, though. That's kind of a scary kitten. He's got 4 swords. 5 swords now?
That's a dagger. Daggers, they're not swords.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, sharp, pointy thing, Smacks. It's a cat with 5 sharp, pointy things. I don't want to see that any day. I don't know about you.
I see cats with sharp, pointy things every single day. Specifically one. His name is Pat. And he claws me. But it's okay. He doesn't mean to.
It's fine. I would like to take a look at some of these mythics that have been completed. We did see the Leandries completed for Troy as well, so still very strong in this Lilia. Gonna have that burn, that extra damage added on top of it as well. And I honestly, I mean, I'm very surprised that this Lilia has gotten this far along in this game, and it's not gonna stop because at this point she's kind of unlocked.
All right, so we're seeing the unlocked potential. Oh wait. Well, Jhin.
That's a jack. Oh no, are you gonna get baited? Oh, he got baited. No, he's really gonna get him. The counter strike goes in though, gets a stun. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He flashes into it. Okisaki is gonna get that kill. Rift Herald started up here as well by 1 life to play.
That's a face palm right there. Flashing in a straight line against from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not what you want to do. But for Jhin, that wasn't what he wanted either right there, Lennon. He does not want to be losing the 1v1s while getting Blade of the Ring King on set. If you're going to lose 1v1s, you have to go tank. You have to go for the team fight play. But going for this Blade of the Ring King solidifies that you want to go for these side lane plays. And against the Jax is just so tough, but there's the play on the min-max.
Yeah, they catch Min-Max. That's going to be a double knockup as well. Here comes the Lilting Lullaby. It's kind of spread out. Min-Max tries to pull the ulti, but gets clapped down by Yoshimin. And then you have the follow-up here. Oh my goodness, Shadow Thrash is getting very low. Look at Troy! He's just going every which way as this Lilia, and it doesn't matter because he's able to take a lot of kills. He's got 5 kills now, Smacks, and that is insane for Lilia mid lane in the preseason.
Mid Lilia. We doubted it. We were not sure what to expect. We were scared. And now it's 1 life to play who is scared of this Lilia. This is such a fed champion right now too. 5 kills, most CS in the game. Got the Leandries already picked up, making his way towards a 2nd. This is very spooky. We've all seen across the time that Lilia has existed in League of Legends how much this champion can just absolutely take over the game. We're seeing it again from the mid lane in the preseason. It's still happening. Apparently this champion's still good.
Apparently, and going up against the Ziggs in the mid lane. Again, I'm just going to say it one more time. Quite impressive. But we do have a lot of pressure being put in the mid lane here by 1 life to play. They will summon that Rift Herald. Gets the charge off, gets the tower. So that will be their 2nd outer tower. The fight continues though, and Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes down on Jen. He's going to be stunned up and knocked back. He's going to be brought into the jaws here. Solar Flare is going to come down, and Shadow Thrash takes the kill too. Now they re-engage. Cleve gets the knockup on Rex by Kakarot. Goes back in with Zenith Blade. Troy is now dominating with that pickup. Can they follow it up? It looks like both teams going to pull off and not go for any more fighting. Just get a bit of a reset here.
Just a 1-for-1, but a lot of resources used onto IBN, who is this super tanky Scion, and he's got one of the funniest items in the game here too, Lennon. I haven't been playing around with a lot of them, but I can tell you this much. Iceborne Gauntlet, or whatever they call it now, Frostfire Gauntlet I think is what it is. Frostfire Gauntlet, there it is. This is the funniest item in League of Legends except for the Collector, which luckily for us, Min-Max has too. It's got the Collector, which is that execute item. Iceborne Gauntlet is really funny, or Frostfire Gauntlet's really funny, because every single extra legendary item that you get makes you bigger. You get extra size. That's the mythic passive. It's so funny. You get these gigantic extra tanks, and it makes all of them look like Cho'Gath. It's awesome. I love this item.
It's going to be really funny to see this Scion. Min-Max has found Okisaki, so throws out the sad B, but will still fall to cleave. Solar Flare comes out to stop Wrecked from dying. But that's a quick pickup in mid lane by the Kittens, and they're going to continue to pressure it as they still have this Jackson top lane. They've got Lilia in bot lane, and now they've got the trio in mid lane taking a tier 2 tower.
And Yoshi's having a pretty tough time actually wave clearing all of the waves that come in mid and through bot right now, because he doesn't have his blue buff. It's been stolen away yet again by the Kittens. Lucent is the one who's the benefactor of that one, but yeah, no mana on Yoshi at all. He, even with this mana mythic item that he's picked up, he doesn't have the tier, so he doesn't have that access to the extra pool, and he doesn't, wait.
There goes the arrow. I'm missing, yeah. And look how much damage Min-Max is doing. If he would have gotten that bounce, that would have been Shadow Thrash dying. As the Swirl Seed came in, just went a little bit wide. They're going to keep pressuring. They were quick to collapse to the mid lane. They let the side lanes go down a little bit, but Troy will find the bot side tier 2 tower. Should get a decent amount of damage. They're looking for the catch out in between as well, Smacks.
Yoshi has been put to sleep.
They try to get the re-engage, though. Jin gets the showstopper in. Ivgen goes down. Cleave is the next to fall. Ivgen just going to use his zombie body to get some hits onto the tower. This top side now that is under fire by Lucent.
Yeah, 1 for 2, killing the front line of the Kittens. That's going to feel pretty good as they can now have this priority over the dragon. It's going to be up in 20 seconds, so denying the soul point away. But yeah, as you mentioned, Lucent still top lane, still pushing away against this turret. Yeah, you can't stop him. You definitely cannot. He has his Trinity Force now completed too, so Jin just has to walk away. He's 2 levels down. Remember that Lucent died twice in this lane. He had so many resources sent over to this Jax to try to deny exactly this from happening, but it's still just inevitable. Lucent's still on the side lane taking all these turrets, and nobody can stop him.
And nobody's going to be able to stop One Knife to Play being able to take that dragon. It will be second dragon for them, 2-2, but Okisaki caught out again, takes a lot of damage from that double up there from Min-Max, but they aren't going to find them. Now the grouping will go towards top. Pain's coming down on Baron right now, Smacks. I don't know if that's the call.
I think it's the call. I think it's pretty good.
All right. I like
They just got the flash out of Okisaki. They still have to worry about the ultimates coming through, and there is a pretty big engage range, but now that Hawkshot is gone, well, I feel like they could have gone for that. They are really strong on the side of the Kittens, so surprised that they didn't attempt something there, but just going to be backing away, playing it safe, waiting for some more items to come through.
Seems like that will be the case. Not another dragon for about 4 minutes either, so no big objective besides this Baron. And as you see, nobody is willing to pull the trigger on that one. I'm sure we'll just get a bit of a lull here, and it looks like the focus has transitioned from the Kittens looking to get these towers, looking to try and take the space quickly, to more so let's get the objectives. Let's get this Dragon Soul. Let's make sure we can kind of cross our T's and dot our I's before we go for it.
Ooh, now this is interesting. While nothing is going on, I'm just going to look at these new items because I really like them. The Cosmic Drive is pretty sweet for the Ziggs. Now, this is an item that gives you a lot of movement speed when you deal damage with your spells, but the biggest thing, in my opinion, is that it actually gives you 30 ability haste, which is the most that you can get out of a single item, apart from the mythic passives. The ability haste on this item is actually really, really good.
What is the
I'm
max
surprised that
haste?
there is no max ability haste.
There is no max? Okay.
There's none. Unless, well, I mean, there is an eventual cap that you can get just by reaching the maximum amount that you could possibly get with 6 item slots and all of your runes.
Yeah.
Other than that, no, there is no cap built into the game. So you can just stack it up however much you want. And that's one of the reasons why Cosmic Drive is so sick.
Yeah, see if it works out for Yoshi Mimar here on the Ziggs. Has so far been doing pretty well. Still up against this Lilia, who is just trouncing. Finished the mask on mask combo there, so gonna feel really good for her. Looks like building the Zanyas next, which find interesting. Just I guess for the extra armor and a little bit of extra resistances in that department.
Remember what I was talking about the AP Nasus that I played against?
Mm-hmm.
He built the Cosmic Drive.
Ah.
And I think without that item, AP Nasus wouldn't work. He wouldn't have been able to win that matchup. But that item is just way too good.
We're getting another reset here. They have literally decided we don't want to, like, they were all about fighting. It has been nonstop chaos for like the last 7 minutes, and now like in the last minute and a half, nobody's touching anybody, nobody's fighting anybody, everybody's calling a truce, everybody's backing with full health. No big deals.
So Lennon, I gotta ask you, now that we're just kind of waiting for something to happen, how's your day been today?
It's been pretty good. It's been very busy, as you knew, but it's been good. How about you, Smacks?
My day's been all right. I watched another episode of Daredevil, which has been pretty cool. Cassie and I have been watching
almost done with
that.
Flash.
Nice.
I did not take your advice. I did not stop at season 4. I kept going, and I kind of regret it. I'm not gonna lie. But
yeah.
You know, at this point, I'm just gonna finish it.
I cannot stand season 5 of CW's The Flash. None of the characters make any sense anymore.
I ask myself that on a daily basis.
How far are you into season 5? I gotta ask.
I think I'm in season 6.
You're in season 6? Okay, so you already watched all of season 5?
That's what I said. I've already gone off the deep end. I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
my god. All right, so you watched them kill off the main villain,
right?
Oh my. Who's watching season 5 of CW's The Flash?
Okay, people, it's Corona and quarantine, all right? Lucy's gonna find that out real quick. Hopefully he's got something to watch, because he's gonna need to watch this death screen for about 50 seconds as they find a kill on the top side.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty good. Of course, it does let us stop talking about CW's The Flash, which is always a good thing.
It's a success every which way you can look.
Yeah, so Lucent dropping there, that is a successful pick on the side lane, so that's going to be pretty good. Unfortunately, they have now left this entire bot side up to the kittens, and they let their mid priority fall to the wayside. So while they do get the Jax kill, and they're likely to get this turret too, unless Troy has something to say about it, which he does, but it's more of a whimper than anything, just going to watch it happen. They do lose out on the turret, they lose out on the dragon, and they might lose out on this fight too.
I mean, that's just the tower gone. It's gonna get collapsed on. Oh, a big knock up there as well. Oh, they don't have the damage. Is that the Gale Force combination we were talking about a little bit? Cleave is gonna get stunned up, brought down. Can he go down? They are gonna trade 1-for-1 there, but it doesn't matter anymore as Minmax is taken down as well. Lucent looking for more. Can't find the counter strike though. He's still going for it. Look at Troy prancing around over there trying to get Jin. Lucent has found, wrecked by Kakarot. One more shot will do it. They're going to follow it up on Jin, collapse this trap, and get one more kill. Troy could go down, goes golden though, and will get another kill for Lucent. Double to the Jax.
You know, for One Life 2 play, it's actually a lot more than I thought they were going to be able to get away with on that top side. They got 2 turrets, one of them being the inhibitor turret. So actually pretty big exchange, although now with 3 members dead, this might be the true punish that is going to come through. But there's a teleport.
Yeah, that's Yoshi Mimar on the back. Do it. Does have Mega Inferno Bomb. Nobody, they know he's there. He's gonna get knocked up. Oh, there it is! Didn't get the damage though. That was so close, and now he will just die as Minmax gonna come over, help secure the kill. He tried to knock himself over the wall, did not achieve that. And now it is the defense that needs to come out here by One Life to play.
Just getting collected right there by Minmax. Is picking up another item for him. He's got the Bloodthirster now, so more defense on this Misfortune. I like this a lot better than the Immortal Shield though, as you do still get the extra utility of the Gale Force, so that's going to feel pretty good. But enough about items. We actually... What's up?
One more thing about items. Yoshi Mimar just bought 2 needlessly large rockets.
Yeah, you gotta get the death cap, bro.
Why is his inventory so empty? And then I just see pop, pop. It's like, oh my god.
Gotta get the death cap. But yeah, enough about items because we're actually getting stuff happening now. So they're pushing through this mid lane. They've got these cannon minions coming through, but
Solar Flame and
engage.
Crystal Arrow, they not four-man knock up there. They don't get the damage follow-up with the Make It Rain, though. And now, Showstopper in again. Jin loses his life. That is the second time we've seen that happen, and now they have the Baron buff. They have everybody available. They are going to push this through. They get the mid tower. They're going to get the mid inhib. They're looking to collapse for kills, though. Wrecked by Kakarot gets caught first. He's not going to go down just yet. Will fall eventually, though. Min-Max on the backside getting focused, but it's another double kill to Lucent, and the Jax is officially online. Honestly, the kittens are online. They must have gotten some of that superfood, some of those super toys, because they are feeling real good moving forward here, as they will take some last kills, take some last shots, and take some last hurrahs, as it's going to be a victory for the kittens.
That'll send the kittens to the finals here too. So we're not done talking about that team at all here, Lennon. Very excited to see, as they did pull out some very cool strategies. They had the Jax in the top lane. They had the Lilia mid. And yeah, the only real tank that they had on their team was the Scion, which, again, I was right. They won. They had more tanks on their side. They bought more Baby Cinder items.
The Lilia in the mid lane for some reason, because that works. 6-0-7, you know, feeling real nice on that pick.
But I mean, we'll take this as a lesson, everyone.
We will.
If you want to win League of Legends in this preseason, buy more Baby Cinders items. That's all you have to do. The math checks out again here. IBN and Cleve both had them, I think. Oh no, Cleve had a.
I was gonna say, I don't know if that works.
I think he had Turbo Chem Tank. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, they at least had one, and one is more than zero.
He did not have Turbo Chem Tank. Rip.
Oh, he had Shirelius. Oh, okay. So I got confused. Shirelius is another movement speed item. My bad. But still, one is more than zero. So you've got that. And the math checks out. And also, they just played that really well. I really liked the Misfortune here, too.
Your math checks out, Smax. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you.
We are going to take a look at the damage here, though, and just see the breadth of it. It was that Ziggs coming out with the total there, but not enough to pick up the win.
Yeah, of course, Ziggs is just that poke champion in this game. And this is kind of champion that I was kind of hyping up to see against the competition of the kittens. But yeah, just couldn't go for any of the wave clear. Like I was talking about, the blue buff was denied away a lot of times. Didn't go for the tier, so not a lot of sustained damage coming through from the Ziggs, because he does run dry pretty quickly. So we saw that in the fight. Even though he did have the most damage in the game, it is mostly just poke that didn't really stick as far as the entire fights were concerned. And Chinese kittens, they close it out with that best of one.
They will, and they will move on to those finals. We will have those finals coming up for you after a short little break. We'll be right back. Do not touch that browser, and you'll see us in just a little bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Battle Up Fall Tournament hosted by Esports CCP. I am Mazel, again joined by Smacks for this finale of the tournament. We have a best of 3 to finish off our day, and it will be top 6 versus Chang Yoon's Kittens.
And the Kittens are what we just watched in the game previous to this one as well, Lennon. We saw them just do some very interesting things, I might add. The Scion Jungle and the Lilia mid looked rather unorthodox, and we weren't sure how it was going to work, but it worked. And shout out to Chang Yoon's Kittens for showing us some new strategies. That's what the preseason is all about. So glad we got to see some of that one. But they are against they're against top 6 now in a best of 3. So we'll see what else they've got in the tank.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll see the Lilia again, maybe. Who knows? It could be interesting, but we will be getting the first pro draft of this best of 3 right on your screens as we speak on it. And on the these names. All right, so it's going to be top 6 on the blue side, I believe, and it's going to be Chang Yoon's Kittens, Meow. On the red side, we do have top 6 banning away the Kale and the Amumu. Victor was the first, not Victor, yeah, Victor, I guess, first ban from the Kittens. I'm wondering what they go with their second one then.
Yeah, pretty consistent bans throughout all of the games today. The Victor, Kale, and Amumu have not seen the Rift yet. So all the teams today have assessed what champions are really broken. We'll see if the Malphite also hits the ban table, as that one won the first game that we saw in very easy fashion, and was banned very swiftly in the second. So, there it is. Yep, no Malphite allowed.
So taking away another big pick that we've seen throughout this tournament, I wonder what the last ban is gonna be, but more importantly, the first pick here for top 6, we haven't gotten to see them play so far on the stream. This is the first time they're gonna be live, and we didn't really get to see what they had in these other games, so maybe they've been pulling out some wonky picks.
Yeah, maybe they have. Maybe they've been pulling out the Samira, which also has yet to be banned, but that's been banned away in both of the other games. Oh, it's up! We could see some...
It is, and immediately... It'll be immediately picked up there by top 6. So now it's the response from the Kittens, and one thing I know for certain is the Kittens need CC.
Yes. And they don't necessarily want CC that comes in the form of a skill shot that can be eaten by the Blade Whirl, because then you will be very sad to know that, well, that is unfortunately CC in the form of a skill shot. The Kittens, you have Pyke. Pyke is actually really hard to play against Samira because Samira can dodge away from both the stun and the hook.
Yeah. Also the Scion again from the Kittens. Wonder if it's going to go jungle.
I think it will.
But could be a response. Kane, another one that's been creepingly strong in this preseason. Been getting better and better as the items are kind of found out and explored a little bit more, and it will be locked in for top 6.
Yes, and that one to the jungle. It's pretty strong with the Gore Drinker if you go for the red cane. If you go for the blue cane, then I imagine you'd want to do the Eclipse. I feel like that would be pretty good for him, but we'll see which one you go for. Of course, Kane does have a lot of options. There is a Morgana potentially going to be locked in, and this is a pretty good champion at mitigating everything that Pyke does, but Leona instead is the option, just trying to get that crowd control down for the Samira. In the bot lane, I think this is a pretty good duo. You can lock someone down and knock them up with the Samira autos, and then they're just dead. They're absolutely dead at that point, so good combination.
It's a very potent duo down there. It's one that's very strong together, and Leona is also a very good pick into Samira, so you're taking that away as well as getting something that's strong for yourself. So great picks overall so far from top 6. That pick, though, that's a really interesting one going into this matchup, especially the Leona.
Now, Lennon, I have some news. Minmax and Cleave are actually the pioneers of the Pyke Taric bot lane. And I've seen them do this before. It is very funny. And it's actually not as bad as you would initially think it is. So here's the thing. you start the Taric stun, right?
Okay.
And then you hook them in. So
Mhm.
you're hooked in, and then the Taric stun comes through, and so you're. I don't know what to say to
What
that
is
image. Or I
that?
like the high Q in the top right there too. That was pretty awesome. But yeah, you actually can do a whole lot in this matchup. And I've seen them do it. It's really good. It scales horribly though.
Oh my goodness.
So they have to do whatever it is that they're doing early on. Otherwise, it will not work.
I'm still dying over here, Smax. I'm sorry. It was so good. I do have an update from our wonderful, our wonderful producer, Lauren. It is that Syndra ban there, as well as the Fiora for the Meow side, which is the kittens, and the Wukong Yi bans from top 6.
Huh. So I don't really know what to say about the Wukong and the Master Yi bands. I feel like maybe they're spelling something. So let's see. KAMM.
You're gonna come away with anything right there.
Camus. Yeah, I don't think they're spelling something. So I guess those are real bands.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. But
maybe it's just something. They don't wanna
apparently
play
the
against.
kittens do. And what they're going to say to that is Silas.
Yeah, I like the Silas pickup here for them as well. It gives them a little bit of versatility as well. The Camille has been a terror in split pushing and being this dominating solo lane, and she is locked in for top 6.
Yeah, so this is a pretty good blind pick. Of course, they are assuming that it is into the Scion, but we know better. We just watched them play the Scion jungle. So we know that that's not going to be the case, but going to be locking in some sort of a assassin for CP Freeze, it feels like, as the Akali gets chosen.
Big damage coming out from the Akali. Man, their team is scary with the damage that they can put out, and I think this last pick, I mean, they've already got a little bit of a wonky comp. I'm hoping for some stability here, some meta, something a little bit strong. I mean, we'll have to see, though. It's all about mechanical play. It's all about play on the Rift. Yeah, I don't know if I'm getting away with that.
Meta. Good joke, man. It's Jax.
Oh, it's Jax. You gotta like it. Oh, man. This is a matchup I believe we saw the other day where it was the Camille into the Jax. Camille doing really well early on, and then Jax just becomes Jax later in the game.
Yep. The Camille doing well early on is mostly attributed to the resources that Camille can get from the jungler, but
yeah,
it's really tough to actually win this matchup in general. One thing to note for the kittens, they have 5 melee champions. So even if Kayn wanted to go blue, he absolutely could not, because you'd have to wait the extra 4 minutes after you get all of your orbs. So that's pretty hilarious. I hope that he doesn't want to go blue Kayn.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't, especially into this comp, I don't think there's any world that you
it'd be really bad.
Blue Kayn. Unless you're just like 10 kills in at like 2 minutes, like somehow that just magically happened. You just
but Red Kayn's pretty good from that position too. So.
It is. Which
I feel like any champion's pretty good if they get 10 kills in 2 minutes.
I don't know. We'll just have to try it out, Smax. We'll just have to try it out.
Yeah. All right. So after this, you're gonna feed me 10 kills in 2 minutes as Jungle Janna, and I'll see if I can win from there. I feel like I will still be able to.
I believe, especially with your big brain that we've referenced so many times, because it's so big and so wrinkly.
It's really big. It's bigger than 10 kill Janna. So, and you can quote me on that one.
Oh really?
Yes, you can. I don't know what good that quote will do, but you have it for the future.
Right.
But yeah.
Like
anyway, so yeah, for the kittens, they've got these five melee champions. Mm-hmm. They've got a lot of cheese on their side because you can definitely tell the top 6 were not expecting that this was going to happen.
They weren't expecting the Scion.
But I can tell you that they have practice on this. They have practice on these picks, and I can tell you that with confidence because we just saw the Scion jungle happen, and they won with it.
It was good.
So Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks pretty good. And I've seen this Pike Tarek bot lane from Mimax and Cleve. Like, I've seen it like a lot, actually.
Mhm.
They've been doing this for almost a year, I feel like, maybe even before that. So it works. Whether or
With
not
the
it'll
new
work
items too, I wonder
today,
how that's gonna work.
yeah, the new item. I haven't seen it with the new item, so
I
this is gonna
I
be a
bet it'd be
treat.
better. I bet with the item spikes and things, it's gonna be really
Hmm.
interesting. But yeah, I feel like for me, it's gonna be one of those sink or swim moments here, and
Yep,
it's
yep.
fine going into game one of a best of three, right? You have a little bit of room to wiggle. You have game one to kind of set your bases, know where you're standing in the game, in the series itself, and if game one doesn't go as planned, you can solve things for game two, game three if you have to go the distance. So I think that it's fine to step out on a limb like this for this game. I'm really interested at how much it gains them going into draft number two into game number two.
Upon first glance, it certainly feels like it's a pretty shaky limb that they
Yeah,
are stepping out onto, though.
it
It
is.
feels like this is not the most secure branch of the tree. Um, there are definitely better branches to be stepping on, if we're
Mhm.
being completely honest, when looking at the shape of this tree. A lot of them are really
It's a little
big,
bit
like
wonky.
the tanks
Mm.
that you can be picking. Those are some pretty big branches. Those are sturdy that you can step down on
Mhm.
and be really
Mhm.
safe. But no, the kittens, they're stepping on to the branch that is like a couple millimeters at best in thickness. It's really windy for some reason. Like it goes like a big loop de loop. It looks like a roller coaster, and the leaves on it have
This
been bitten to
Avatar?
death by the leaves on it have been bitten to death by all the caterpillars, and it's gross. And
Mm.
you
That
know,
doesn't sound
it's
appetizing.
it's a really weird branch that
Okay.
they're placing all their stakes on. But you know, it's a cool thing to be doing. It's not something that you see every day,
Yeah.
and whether or not they will fall flat on their back out of the tree is something that we'll have to see, but if they make it work, then that's gotta be some, like, Olympic gold medal or something.
Yeah, and all I can think of in that sentence that you said and putting stakes in trees is now I'm just imagining this really weird Avatar style tree with a bunch of like those big cartoony beef steaks like just everywhere in the tree for some reason. And yeah, they're hoping they don't fall out because you don't want to lose those steaks. I mean, they're probably pretty good. That was a little far reaching. It was going on my own branch, if you will, Smack.
Yeah, yeah,
I was extending out, trying to find the perspective for these teams.
yeah.
Uh,
I
but
will not be
in all
following you to that
actuality,
branch because
why not, Smack?
the only thing that I remember from James Cameron's Avatar was the name and that they were blue people, and there
Okay,
were some
okay, you're
weird
doing well.
intimate things with their tails that I
Okay,
don't want to recreate for you, on the
I
broadcast
hope
today.
not, Smack. I hope
I will
not.
not be doing that, but I don't remember any other detail of that movie.
James Cameron.
So,
That's all you need to know.
yeah, well,
And there's gonna be
I
like
did.
6 more of them. They're all gonna come out at the same time. That's all you need to know. There's not gonna be a sort of like standard release timing. It's just gonna be all at the same time. James Cameron quoted that. Not really.
Really?
No.
Oh.
I think there is some sort of thing where he's gonna release like 2 of them at the same time because it's been so long or something like that, but I'm sure that that's gonna get worked out in the future whenever we do see those new movies coming out because it's a trilogy, and it's not a trilogy. So
You have made me more confused than I was
Wait,
previously about James
no.
Cameron's Avatar series, but that's okay because it's not something that I think about very often.
Oh,
So this has been a very interesting thought experiment about tree branches and James Cameron's Avatar,
steak.
and it's still a shock to this day that that movie got as much money as it did. But you know, we'll see if the kittens can produce that much money for themselves. They do have the Death from Below from Pike, and yes, that was my attempt at a transition. I hope it worked as we're going to get into Summoner's Rift.
I love the name and I can't help but root for them because I want a kitten of my own. Anyways, we're gonna take a little break here while we get ready for this series. So we gotta get a little refresher. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back for the first game of this final series of the day, where we have a hype matchup, hype compositions, hype everything, Smacks, as we dive in.
And dive is exactly what we're going to do with this level 1 here, Lennon, because all of the kittens are grouping up around this bot side. And we'll see what they can do, because their level 1 is pretty strong. We already talked about how strong the Pyke-Taric duo can be, but add on top of it the Scion Q, the Jack Stun, the Abscond Abduct from Silas. Panhandler's going to have to run. Oh!
To level the Blade World level 1, though. And that's a little bit of an advantage for them, at least, where it's gonna... They don't get anything that they really wanted, though. And that's a bit unfortunate, Smacks.
Yeah, walking away empty-handed, but, you know, not necessarily completely empty-handed, because now Panhandler has started with the Blade Whirl, and that is a success, absolutely, because it means that you have less to worry about as far as the Q shots coming through, and for Min-Max and Cleve being these lacking of range champions, as it were, they can feel pretty all right about this. Now, their lethal threat has been mitigated a little bit as the Blade World does shut it down.
There.
They do.
Ibgen is going to be in some trouble here. Does get one knock up. The hook shot's going to come in. Ibgen getting really low. Smites the chicken. He flashes away. Gets flashed back onto first blood. Goes over to Chad Jungle. Can they pick up the kill for it, though? They don't get it just yet. Troy getting low. He gets the kill before he goes down, but it's already 2 back-to-back here, as we will see some calm there, but the jungle is chaos right now.
It absolutely is. Both junglers dying. They're going to have to go back to their camps without any leash of any kind, and it is going to be Ibn going back to the scene of the crime on the red buff, too, so... Actually, I'm wrong. Straight to Raptors.
Very interesting path. I would say that's exactly where the fight was just over, but we'll be able to secure some of that for himself. Bot lane is actually Min-Max and Cleve getting in some trouble down there, and they did not get the level 2 over Panhandler and Spirit of Steel.
Pretty unlucky that they didn't here, because that's exactly where you want these two champions to really come online. They might still have that opportunity, but like I said, the Blade Whirl can just be so devastating when trying to set up for plays like that. So Panhandler just playing out this lane rather well. But denial away from the hook shot.
Yeah, one more shot will do it. He doesn't want it to go all the way. And Lucent decides to do it. He does get the kill. Is he going to get out? And he barely does. What a great play there from Lucent, coming up clutch on this Jax. I would like to point out, Chad Jungle is taking a very good jungle path. He took his red and then now has proceeded to invade and clear Ibgen's jungle as well. So nice start here from Chad Jungle, really able to put some presence onto the map.
Oh, he does get spotted out by Cleve, though, so we're going to have to walk away without taking the Gromp, which is the main prize in the enemy jungle now, because it gives you that extra heal and the mana regeneration that Scuttle Crab used to. So that's going to feel pretty okay that the Gromp is still there, as IBN going to respond by taking the Scuttle Crab on the top side, but I don't really know if IBN can really take his camps
look
up
at
in this
this.
top
He's
side,
already
because,
over here.
Chad's already coming. So
knows.
He doesn't do this very fast.
It's nothing like last game where Ibgen was just really able to do whatever he wanted against his opponent. This time, Chad Jungle in his face, being all over the map, making sure that he's always putting pressure on this Scion.
He's just gonna have to go back to his own raptor camp now and wait 15 seconds for it to spawn because there's literally nothing better for IBN to do. No, he's not even gonna do that. He's gonna walk down to his bottom side where he will find that there are no wolves and there is a scuttle crab already taken by Chad Jungle too. So yeah, he's just so far behind at this point, and he can't get any invades down as Chad Jungle did. So just an excellent start for Chad Jungle in this early game, and starting out the series very well. He already has a kill too, which we didn't mention as much, but he's just so far accelerated on this Kane, who we were talking about. It's super big for any champion to have this gigantic advantage in the early game, but hey, Troy?
CP Freeze almost got taken out, or almost took out Troy. At least the health bar is like non-existent. We do get the gank from IBGen down here on the bot side, though. Panhandler was able to get out of the initial engage, but now Spirit of Steel is the one that's taking a brunt of the damage. They don't get it, and now the counter engage from Chad Jungle is here. They do get the dazzle off, at least being able to get the stun there, but they are caught Alcove Gaming. And now it's going to be even more given over here. Cleve getting very low at this point. Does get the toss over, though. It's not enough. And they lose everything down there. The only one that survived is Min-Max, but this huge wave is pushing in, and they could just dive this. It looks like they want to go for it. There's the knockup. He gets one in return, but it's another kill going into Samira's pocket. Panhandler, 2-0-1 now.
Oh, and this is the 180 carry in the game that can actually do things on this patch too. This champion can out-duel tanks. I repeat, this is a marksman champion that actually is possible to kill tanks later on as the game goes because she's that overloaded in her kit. She has all the mobility, all the lifesteal, everything, and the ultimate, which you can proc every 3 seconds. This champion is crazy. So the fact that it is that far ahead in this game, already with the Noon Quiver too, is just dead. It's looking grim for the kittens.
It is looking pretty grim, although they still are kittens, so they're still cute. But IBGen actually might be able to find Gurgos. He does still have the hook shot available to him at some point or another. Is he just going to go down here? One more auto attack will do it. Can IBGen get the damage here? Second proc available for Gurgos. Won't use the damage there. There's the kill as IBGen gets it. Now 2v2. They're back at it here in the bot lane. And that's not where you want to be. Min-Max goes down first and Cleve quickly to follow.
Uh-oh. Those are the early game champions that are dying now. That's bad news. That is very bad news. 2 deaths each. And all of them going over the Samira, but mid lane, perfect executions on both sides.
Yeah, not going to pull the trigger on those just yet. They aren't able to get the kill. CP Freeze goes ahead and uses his. Troy did it as well. And still pressure towards the bot side. They have returned. Min-Max and Cleve are coming back down here. So the question is, can they save this tower, though? This would be the first tower going over, and all 5 plates, too. Panhandler going for it. They're just diving under the tower, taking a couple tower shots. As Inferno Trigger is available, they are level 6, but not wanting to go fully committing under the tower. And they get out just by the skin of their teeth.
More fighting in the mid lane, though, as IBN uses his ultimate to get to that fight, but CP Freeze is already backed away, Lennon. Here it comes.
They're going to be able to get the Zenith Blade landing on there. The double knock up there as well. Lucid is on the backside of this. He could have some say in it, but that's immediately going to be Chad Jungle going through. Does get 1 kill, but Gale's in return. Double knock up there, though. Oh my goodness, the Inferno Trigger. Can he pop up? 1 kill, 2 kill, 1 more can do it, and that's going to be huge. A double kill going over to Panhandler. 6-0-3 right now on the Samira, and it is just too strong.
Samira, ooh baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. She gets the double kill, 603 in the Noon Quiver. She's gonna recall and get an item, and she's super heckin' fed. All right, I'm gonna stop there. But there's the Immortal Shield Bow. This champion is so broken, Lennon.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was just great gameplay coming out from Panhandler. You gotta appreciate it. But really, a bit of an overextension from the Kittens, and not something we've seen so far from them. But it's really, really hard to play against this constant chaos, constant pushing. Troy's already down. CP Freeze securing that kill. Chad Jungle's back under the tower. Solar Flare comes down. The death from below does not connect. They get 1 kill, but 2 kills go into CP Freeze's pocket.
Oh no. Oh no, Kittens. Oh
Yeah,
man.
Kittens.
Top 6 is just way too ahead right now. This is a 4-kill Akali, the 6-kill Samira. And the early game Pyke and the Taric, it's really funny. And it's been a great time watching it. But it just hasn't landed these early devastating plays that you can end up with on these champions, because the Blade Whirl just is stuffing out every single thing that they try to go for. And even with the chaos of the NA RAM that they're trying to attempt, it's just not enough. We're seeing that all of these disadvantages are coming through in top, mid, bot, jungle, everything.
It is a bit rough for sure. Chad Jungle looking to make it even more rough as Lucent dodges out from the hook shot nicely. You know, to use the jump away. And Dragon up. Nobody's focused in 5 minutes in, and Hex Flash from Spirit of Steel connects the Zenith Blade. But now really doesn't get anything from it, Smack.
Yeah, can't get too much. Of course, Pyke is very slippery to try to kill, but Taric is not.
There's the double knockup. Dazzle getting dodged out from the dash through by Panhandler. Inferno Trigger gets stopped there. Nicely done. Solar Flare goes wide. Doesn't connect on anybody. Troy is here trying to shut down Panhandler. They don't land the Dazzle. It does connect though. Cleave gets it with the flash, and the shutdown goes over to Troy. Lucent getting focused here on the top side. Can he survive? He does not. Chad Jungle able to secure another kill as he is 3-3-7. Now we have a continuation down here. Cosmic Radiant's going to come down. Is it going to be enough, though? Spirit Steel going to give another kill over to Troy. Min Max goes down next, though. And on the top side, they are continuing here. IBGen trying to pull a miracle off, but can't do it as they do not get the kill in return. CP Freeze nicely dodging out, but will end his life sooner rather than later. Cleave able to dodge out a little bit longer, but will give the shutdown over to Troy, and all of a sudden Troy with 4 kills.
Yeah, I think if my math is correct that the Kittens actually ended up with more kills than they lost on this one right now, Lennon. So that's a really big bounce back for them, especially getting all those kills onto Troy's Sylas. He can end up being a side lane threat as the game goes on. Yeah. He can end up being that sort of 1-3-1 matching with Lucent. Of course, Lucent is still struggling to get his feet off the ground as, oh, Chad Jungle's just here again. He can't catch a break.
He's going to continue to struggle. Counter-Strike comes in. A lot of damage on Gurgos, but no, it's not going to be enough. Chad Jungle secures another kill for the Kane. Oh, Dazzle actually landed on Spirit Steel. IBGen coming down. That's another TP as well. That's 4 members committing down here as another TP will come in, and that's also CP Freeze joining the fight, but immediately Spirit of Steel is taken out. CP Freeze dodging out, using the shade to survive a little bit longer. Dazzle does connect, and that's the CC combination. Panhandler goes in! Why are you doing that? You just wanted to get the Inferno Trigger. You know what happens as soon as that circle comes up. Everybody looks at you and everybody CCs you. And that's exactly what happened. They make an overextending play. They make a little bit of a courageous play, and it turns up with them falling behind now.
Top 8 getting way too ahead of themselves right now. Are going to give up the first dragon of the game, which previously to this, nobody was even caring about it right now because the fights were way more interesting. It's 17-14. That's over 30 kills in 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty crazy, but Dragon does go over. Chad Jungle is here.
They have 3v2. Chad Jungle and Spirit of Steel looking to make some damage down here. Cleave and doesn't have a lot of mana. Troy making it down here, though. Again, they're just overextending. Why are you taking a fight like this? Top 6 just trying to get some gold off. Now they're going to be able to get Chad Jungle out of here potentially. Solar Flare comes across. Min-Max goes through. IBGen just gets caught, and they've taken advantage of the mispositioning here. Nice double knockup from IBGen, but his life will end. And that is, after all of that, a turnaround up there. But top side, it was Lucent turning his own fight around, his own struggles, and getting a solo kill.
Ooh, we are seeing that the Jax versus Camille matchup is starting to turn tides as Lucent gets the solo kill, but yeah, all the action in the bot side, Chad Jungle going for these miracle plays, and they actually do end up killing IBM there, but you're seeing just how crazy this Kane can be. Nobody can kill him with this Gore Drinker and his ultimate. As long as he has the mana to do it, he will fight you forever, and you will never kill him because he has so much sustain. So this Kane getting ahead, it's going to be a real difficult thing for the Kittens to actually take down. But like you mentioned, wait, Spirit of Steel's dead.
Excuse me? Cosmic Radiance was used. But yeah, Spirit of Steel's down. Now Panhandler's looking to take a 2v1 here. He knows they don't have too much damage, and that he does have a lot of damage having completed some items. Big damage now coming through. Panhandler dodges out. He goes in. Inferno Trigger was popped, but not going to get the damage that he was looking for. Max able to heal a lot of that back. It was Chad Jungle hovering, just making sure his ADC was going to be okay. And they have gotten all the pressure in the bot side of the map that they need.
Panhandler starting to find his limits in at least these 2v2s as Spirit of Steel does get taken down. Both junglers knocking each other up.
There's 3 of them all of a sudden here, and now Ivy Jen's going to go down. That's one more shot will do it. CP Freeze is not going to be the one that gets the kill. It's going to be Chad Jungle. He needs to get out of here now. Zombie Scion's doing a ton of damage. He died! Shut down. Ivy Jen gets the kill. Perfect execution was used by CP Freeze. Now Panhandler's all by himself. Dazzle comes down, does get the CC onto him. Inferno Trigger is used or picked up by Troy here. CP wants to use it. Is going to pop it. That's a lot of healing coming in. That Solar Flare used shuts him down though. Panhandler, this is the cleanup crew you're looking for. He's going forward. He's going to get the damage down. Another kill. Can he make it a third? He goes forward, but not enough to go through under the tower. And they're just going to push these minions and try to take this tier 2.
They're not even done, Lennon.
They are not, because you have Scion in the game, and he's going to come in and make it not very fun for Spirit of Steel. He's going to take a tower shot and die, as Ivy Jen is able to secure that kill. It looks like CP Freeze and Panhandler would have to run because they do not have a tank any longer. And now we see collapse to the top side. They will try and punish Lucent on this Jax with Chad Jungle and Orgo's coming up here. They will do so.
My mind is just going burr. I don't even know what to say. They're fighting every single second of this game, Lennon. It is 40 kills. This is a color caster nightmare. I have nothing to contribute. They're just fighting. It's all mechanics. They're just going at it every single time. There is no strategy. There is no plan. Just fight.
Just fighting. Nayram to a T. But there's no T in Nayram.
Nayram.
So, I know we get another dragon in about 45 seconds. But we're going to be at like... I mean, that's late dragons here.
Yes.
In this game.
Yeah, like I said, nobody cares about dragon right now.
But it's weird. They have these teams that they've been fighting around these priorities. They've been getting priority over the objective. They just don't go for the actual objective.
The objective is actually the enemy team's health bars.
Yeah.
That's the objective that they're looking for.
Not how
and they're still looking for it right now.
Oh, he got the knockback. Nice Panhandler move, though. And it's going to be Solar Flare used under tower. A little over-expectant there from Spirit of Steel, but now Ping's finally coming onto the dragon. It looks like they will turn their focus.
I'm holding my breath because I know that something is going to happen, and I'm not going to get to talk because they're waiting for this dragon to spawn here, Lennon. They're waiting. Meanwhile, top lane, though.
Gurgo, you might just...
Oh, my.
Hextech ultimate came down. We do have a fight in the enemy jungle down here on the bot side in the eastern quadrant. See if the Cosmic Radiance turns the fight. Chad Jungle able to escape for a little bit longer. Lucent here now uses the counter strike, gets on the CP Freeze. He goes down immediately, though. Inferno Trigger's popped again, and it's just dashing everywhere from the side. Oh my goodness, the Samira, the Akali, everybody just going everywhere. Top 6 is on a rampage, and top 6 will continue to take the kills here. They're going to look at the dragon now, but they've already cleared the map.
I like what Minmax was trying to do there. He tried to pop off with his ultimate and with that Dusk Blade too. He would have been able to stealth out potentially, but just can't manage it at the end. Will whiff on the death from below and will go down just like his comrades in the top and jungle. I didn't actually see how Lucent... Oh no, he teleported after killing Gurgos. That's what it was. All right. Well, he's still winning it on the top side 1v1s for this Jax, which is pretty big.
Troy just immediately sees CP freeze and just goes for it. Now is kind of losing the fight and maybe not wanting to take this, but Min-Max has arrived. Abscond Abduct not going to connect. See if they can get anything else. CP freeze just going to flash the nice little Rammus sunglasses emote to get out of there, and it's a bit unfortunate to commit so much down there.
Oh, here comes Lucent. Gross has to run. He does not have any backup. There he goes. A sad Camille in the 1v1, can't do anything because this Jax is now ahead. And just like you were talking about, Jax can just do this to matchups because eventually, no matter how many times you kill him, in a 1v1, oh wait.
Yeah, Troy. Yeah, you're not gonna survive that. Killing spree for CP freeze already achieved.
And there goes the stopwatch. No longer has that. Can't compete in this 1v1 at all, as we're seeing so far.
That's Troy, in a lot of ways, I feel like, in this game so far, Smash.
Yeah.
And it's not the team, like, I don't know. It's hard because it's just, I don't know. It's really difficult to play with the team comp that you've aligned for yourself and the way that you've been playing this game so far. It's really hard to play into a comp that's just surprisingly, at least at this point in the game, all around better.
Ooh, that's a nice blade roll.
TP coming in here from Troy. Will join the fight. Cosmic Radiance could come down just in time by a little bit of time. You have IBGen getting a stun there, but Sion has been really non-existent in this game. It's been them fighting away from him, and honestly, Chad Jungle just being this Chad, getting a big amount of healing there. Death from below is not going to do it. Panhandler looking for the double kill, gets the triple. Is he going to go for the quadra? Can he get IBGen? Lucent is getting low as well, but Samira does fall, and CP Freeze is going to take up the cap or the mantle of janitor cleanup in this one, as a couple more could come through. They actually are just going to give it to the squad here, as Gurgos is the one that secures that ace for top 6, and they could just look to press even more into the base.
Yeah, the full ace coming through, but there are no minions, and Spirit of Steel has no dash to get over the wall, so we'll just try to walk away. Cleve doesn't have his flash, so I think he's fine, but there is a teleport from Min-Max. Because of course there is.
It just doesn't stop. Min-Max finds Spirit of Steel. See if he gets him. Misses the Bone Skewer. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, Hail of Blades coming in. Oh my goodness, Min-Max is going to die, isn't he? Min-Max is going to die. Able to get away a little bit longer. Hextech Cultivator comes out. And goes. Slays Min-Max. My goodness, that just feels so bad for the kittens.
Yes. And of course, Lennon, they're going to just fight again.
At this point, you just got to pick up play-by-play. We just got to go double play-by-play. We can just Korean cast it over here. Oh, did you see CP freeze? Oh my goodness, Lucy gets a huge counter-strike, but it didn't do anything. It didn't matter because Chad Jungle is still cleaning up in the back of the base. Unstoppable comes out, though, as IBGen able to get away, and they will just push in here. They're looking at the Baron. They're looking at the base. They're looking at everything right now.
We have now reached 56 kills in 22 minutes. That is well over double. In fact, that's about 250% as far as kills to minutes go. And they actually are going for an objective right now. Wait, this isn't an enemy champion health bar. That's Baron's health bar. That's not allowed.
Oh, CP freeze. He's got the shmoves. He's got the shmoves. He's got everybody here, though. Oh no, Cleve uses the dazzle a little bit early. Freeze, can you get out of here?
He's going in, of course.
Man, this worked so good! He gets the ignite there. He's still gonna die. They get a kill over, though, at least, and he will just get that quick reset, a 40-second death timer for CP Freeze. He takes one with him.
That's a big shutdown from Min-Max, and he gets a lot of gold with the death from below. So, oh, nice moves from Troy right there. Dodging out of the solar flare and
Spirit of Steel. This could be the win here. And, this is how they pull it back. This is the comeback. This is the 10K deficit power spike coming through. Spirit of Steel has to disconnect. They haven't paused yet. Okay, he gets a reconnect finally.
Wow. You know, I don't blame him. That was pretty shameful. There goes the dragon. Chad Jungle picks that one up as their
Oh my goodness.
They've got me. They got me.
They're baiting my color smacks all over the place. Actually, he's going to use the Umbral Trespass from Troy. Nice maneuvers there. I like it, buddy. He gets out of there without dying.
He's showing mastery on Silas, which often means that you have mastery over all of the champions in the game because you have to know how to use all the ults. So, very nicely done by Troy, but...
Oh my goodness, there's Cosmic Radiance coming in. Cleave is already down though. Cosmic Radiance doesn't come down except on that min-max. And it's still Chad Jungle surviving. Look how much health he just healed. He's back to full almost. And they're just under tower. They're getting kills left and right. And this has got to be it. This is going to be the end of game number 1 as they have everything they need in their belt, in their tool pocket to finish this one off as they will go into a 40 kill series into a just for themselves in total 62 kills in 25.5 minutes, and it will be top 6 who take the lead in this final, in this best of 3, 1-0.
You know, the rate that it was going, I'm surprised that we didn't reach triple-digit kills in that one.
You're right.
Congratulations to top 6. They have advanced to match point in the finals. And how did they do it, you might ask? I don't know.
You don't know? Well,
I don't know.
I don't know what to say to that. We just watched the game, Smith. I don't know.
They killed a Nexus.
They did. It exploded. I saw it happen. There was a lot of kills too. I got to talk a lot of the time. You didn't get to talk very much. Maybe we set it up the next game. But we will be taking it to a little break here while we get ready for game number 2. Potentially our last game, Smacks, or maybe the Kittens bring us all the way to game number 3. We'll be right back. Welcome back for the potential last game, or not potential last game, of this Battle Up Fall Tournament hosted by Esports CCP. I'm Mazel, again joined by Smacks, and we're going to have game number 3 coming right at you as we dive right head first into the pro draft here, Smacks. We have the Kittens on the blue side as Meow 2, and Pike ADC is obviously, because it makes complete and total sense, there's no mix-ups whatsoever, top 6.
Yeah, I'm not confused at all. I don't even know why you even had to say that, because there's nothing confusing going on with that
Exactly.
by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah, obviously the team that does not have min-max, the Pike 80 carry player, is Pike 80 carry. And they are banning away a couple of these really broken champions that we keep on seeing banned. The Kayle, the Amumu. And maybe they're going to ban the Samira as they are on red side.
You like to see some of these big bands coming out, especially that Amumu again, taking off the board. Kayle still another scary pick. Victor again, always being taken off in this tournament. Samira, the last ban in the first phase. Have to get ready for these first picks. And it's the Jhin lock-in for the Kittens.
He can play a ranged champion in this series. That's incredible. The Kittens. They actually have chosen a ranged champion in League of Legends.
No way.
I cannot believe this.
That's insane. I can't believe this. I would love to see this MF come out. I think
and it did.
It does. So they're setting themselves up well again. I mean, I think that MF is such a strong champion right now, and yeah, Jhin is too, as we've already said multiple times. But with the play that came out in game number 1, it just feels like top 6 have that mental advantage at this point, and I'm wondering how that kind of coincides. This right here, I would have gotten so excited. I was like, that is a mental advantage right there. If you could just pick the Janna, because why not? But they do get another sort of mental advantage in the Evelynn pickup.
Yeah, so Evelynn in the jungle, not a tank, and does not have access to the Runic Echoes anymore. That item does not exist. So gonna have to go for potentially like the Rift Maker. That's something that I've seen a lot. Could go for the Proto Belt. But nevertheless, you do not have access to that that Luna's Echo, or excuse me, I just had it. The Runic Echoes anymore. So your clear speed is pretty heavily affected on a lot of AP junglers. You can't get that extra pop. You don't get your mana restored when you hit the jungle camps either. So gonna see. I'm excited to see what this champion can actually do there. And there it is. We were promised by producer Lorne that we were going to see the Shyvana jungle, and here it is. It has arrived. This is the Shyvana jungle for IBN, and if what we are told is correct, this is AD Shyvana.
It's going to be really interesting. Paired up, especially with that Akali, a lot of high threat, high kill possibility. The Janna hovered yet again. It's actually locked in here. So they were wanting to pick the Janna. A little bit of mental gameplay going on here. But it is going to be that powerful combo with the Misfortune. Now we have to see what our second phase bans are going to be. And these could be very integral on how they finish out their compositions. Because with that Shyvana, things are a little bit open-ended on what you can pick up, what you want to synergize with that. The Leona immediately taken away, though, by top 6.
Yeah, again, no top laners have been chosen unless the Akali gets flexed up there, so there's still the possibility of the tanks that we've been seeing a lot of. The Malphite is still available. Nobody has banned it. Nobody has picked it. So could be going for something along those lines, or just back to what we saw in game number 1 with the Camille and the Jax. But yeah, the Jax is already off the table. So if top 6 do want to go for the Camille, then they have that as an option if this doesn't get banned away, but it does. So maybe the tanks, maybe it's their time to shine. Or Aatrox.
Or Aatrox, yeah. What's funny is they keep hovering these picks and then picking it up later on. So maybe they'll buck that trend this time. They do. They get to Fiora, and talking about just getting a lot of picks here that can fully influence this game, can really snowball in this game. It's huge from top 6 to pull these out.
You know, I gotta say that blind Fiora top lane is pretty bold. They're not the greatest matchups for Fiora in the top lane. Sometimes you can get countered pretty easily, but by taking away that Jax, it does make your life a little bit easier. And this is one of the ones that you kind of don't want to play against as Fiora, despite her having a lot of true damage, a lot of percent health true damage, and sustain. The Malphite is still just so tough to actually fight in that top lane. So, yeah, pretty astounded that they've actually gone for this Fiora despite not banning the Malphite.
And as soon as the Fiora got locked in, I was starting to think of things that could go into it, and I immediately thought about the Malphite, not just because the Fiora, but because of what Malphite can do to a Janna, to a Misfortune, even to an Evelynn, as you can catch them out immediately, and that's not what these champions want. I mean, we've seen it time and time again where these squishy champions just get completely melted by a Malphite, who is even just building full tank. So I'm really excited for the composition that the Kittens have gotten, especially tying in that Nami for them, being able to get the Jhin some extra damage, but as well as a lot of CC and a lot of sustain for them. The Sylas pickup, though, is top notch, Max.
Yeah, they're playing the same mid lane matchup, except the roles are reversed. We're seeing CP Freeze play the Sylas this time around, where he won on the Akali last game. This would be the ultimate power move if he's able to win in this part of the matchup here too. So we're going to have to see if he has that in his capabilities. But as you talked about, the Fiora into this Malphite can be pretty tough. And top 6, they have 0 tanks in the tank meta. They have none of those.
Yeah. Which technically, what? Kittens have one. Malphite goes full.
Yeah.
Tank.
Oh, that's not technically. That is a tank. That's the tank.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like they don't even have a lot of tanks either on their side. So really, I mean, this is going to be pretty crazy. And I honestly, if you're not going against a bunch of tanks, and I realize there's the Malphite and there's a lot of outplay in that department. I like the going full AD, going full snowball, going full damage comp from top 6 because they can capitalize on some of those squishier members. They can capitalize on not buying into the tank meta so much.
It actually might be 2 tanks, depending on what the Shyvana build actually is. All we know is that it's not AP, because that's what producer Lauren said. He didn't actually tell us what it is that he builds, though. So maybe producer Lauren can actually key us in as to what this actually is going to be. It's on hit or tank, so it could be tank. There you go.
Okay, yeah, so it is still an option. I was thinking when he said AD, it was just going to be damage Shyvana. You know, the thing we always want to go for. But I think
Shyvana
could be really good at this point, too. Eclipse Shyvana, get out of here. Stop this wild tech smack.
I bet Prowler's Claw is not bad. Sounds pretty fun. You get the extra dash in. Prowler's Claw gives you more lethality than the other two, too. So
yeah,
maybe, just maybe, we see the Prowler's Claw Shyvana. I think it's a really underrated item. I'm surprised that we haven't seen any of it today, because Prowler's Claw is, like I said, it gives you the most lethality out of any item. On first purchase, of course, you do get lethalities from some of the mythic passives, but I digress. You get a lot of lethality from it. You get the extra dash inward, which is really broken on some champions like Rek'Sai and Nocturne, who really do need to just stay in melee range of you forever. And I feel like Shyvana would be one of those too. Now, I don't know how good lethality actually is on Shyvana. Of course, when you go for the attacks, that they deal attack damage, so lethality helps when doing that, but I feel like the other abilities that she has deal magic damage, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe lethality not the greatest stat for Shyvana.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we'll see, and especially with how integral Chad Jungle was to that first win on the Kane, being so influential and up in the face of IBGen on the Scion, where when we saw IBGen play the Scion last time, he was the one that was being impressive. He was the one that was got to farm up a little while, got to not really do much, but then was super integrated into the fights and how they wanted to fight. And that last game, not so much representative of that. Now switching over to Shyvana, something we've heard he's played, something he feels comfortable on. Going against Chad Jungle on this Evelynn, I think it's gonna be really tricky on for these two and how volatile they're gonna make the early game.
Yeah, another thing that's interesting about this game here is that we have 2 enchanters in the bottom lane, and it's not Lulu either, so it's not going
Yeah,
for some on-hit shenanigans. It's Janna and Nami. And these champions haven't really been in the meta ever since the Ardent meta was a big thing,
which
when
is
you were going for the Ardent sensor and the on-hit everything. So, this is not something that we end up seeing a lot frequently in competitive play, these enchanter
yeah.
champions, so I'm pretty excited to see what actually goes down with these. Of course, they have the new itemization and everything, so you could be seeing something like the Imperial Mandate out of these 2 to get the extra burst up, or maybe the Moonstone Renewer that we saw Cleave build on the Taric last game. There are
Mhm.
some options here. It's pretty expensive to go for, though. So I'm definitely curious to see what comes of it because Jin of Misfortune are definitely not on hit 80 carries. So
No.
it's not that they're going for. Maybe just something like a disengage. I don't know. I don't
I
know.
think it's gonna
I don't
be
know.
a lot up to how the Janna likes to play, 'cause I just played one against one last night, and I don't know, man. A good Janna is terrifying. I mean, it like you can just completely oppress in the lane. You just step up. Those tornadoes are ruthless. The slows and everything, especially against this misfortune. I just or against the gen. Sorry, I think it's gonna be so. It's gonna be so volatile down there, and it's something I'm excited for because I mean I get to yell a lot already, having done so a lot in this series, and we've only been through one game. But we're gonna take a little break here before we do go into this game. Is it going to be top six winning the whole thing here right off the bat in a quick sweep, 2 games in this final series, or will we get to go to that final third game with the kittens? We'll be right back. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, and welcome back to the Battle Up Fall Tournament hosted by Esports CCP. a reminder that this fight between these teams, top 6 and Chungyun's Kittens, will result in the winner getting $1,500 in total of a prize pool, as well as each player getting a custom jersey with their name on the back of it. So there's some good stakes coming through here, going through on this tournament. And I just am so excited with what we have in store for us, especially with this series and the Shyvana that finally gets to make its debut here by IBGen.
Yes, and it's press the attack Shyvana. So we know that it's going to be the AD variety. We already knew that was going to happen before, as we get the Zoom rave on IBN. Thank you, producer Lauren, for the inside scoop and also the inside look as to how that Shyvana skin looks when you zoom in and out very frequently.
It's very important that we figure that out and know how it works, because I'm sure we're going to get a lot of focus on IBGen this time, especially with no bias at all coming out from the cameraman and Mr. Lauren at all. So, as he says none in our ears very, very demandingly.
Lennon, do you know how the Twitch DMCA thing has told you to like not play in-game music if it's copyright? Do you think that we could get in trouble here by playing the music that Troy just did with his dance?
Maybe. What is Twitch saying now? They're gonna silence all in-game noises.
Yeah.
All in-game sounds. So
yeah,
like, that just makes me think, like, who wants to watch me play a game with no sound? Like, I feel like
the funniest
parts of their business model.
The funniest clip that someone like shared with that was they showed a clip of them playing Guitar Hero with no music.
Great. Oh, I want to watch that. That sounds amazing. No, I think it's we could make some sounds and things. We're watching Lucent get manhandled up here, having to flash. He's going for it. Gergos gets first blood against the Malphite as this Fiora, and it is on, Smacks.
It's already on. Less kills than there were at this point of last match, but still just a very nice play by Gergos, locking that kill in against this Malphite. And getting these early advantages against Malphite are so huge because, like we were talking about, he's the only champion that's going to be the tank in this entire game. He's the only one. So getting him behind is going to mean a whole lot for your team dealing damage. And you already have a lot of damage when it comes to CP Freeze's Silas and this Evelyn too, to try to knock down the Malphite. So him just getting super far behind, that's really big. And it's big for the side lane too.
See how that kind of works out for them. So far, Gergos just has complete control over the top side of the map, or at least in the top lane, as we will see a progression of the junglers going down towards the bot side potentially, but it will be the scuttle actually achieved first by IBGen. Means they could at some point get double scuttle, but it could be Chad Jungle coming to face his opponent for the first time, but it will just be spotted out by said scuttle that just got captured.
Yeah, just walking away, of course, IBN not at as big of a disadvantage as he was on his Scion game versus the Kayn of Chad Jungle, so gonna feel pretty all right about that one. Still farming up rather well on the Shyvana, as she is known to do. And just gonna recall right now, we start to finally see what the items are on this AD Shyvana. Here it is.
Just gotta look at it, all right?
Okay, so long sword, dagger, and boots. Sounds pretty AD to me.
Does definitely look like that, and with top lane, not Gergos dying. I don't know how he didn't just die from that. Troy is in some trouble in the mid lane too. CP Freeze and Chad Jungle were trying to get something going. Flash in the bot side by Spirit of Steel. As if he got hit by that bubble, that was it. He was going to die. Troy is getting in some very bad trades in the mid lane against CP Freeze, and now Chad Jungle looking for it under the tower, but will get found by IBGen. He's got the kill here. The charm comes in at the perfect timing. IBGen gets one, but it's returned immediately by CP Freeze, who's gonna go down himself. IBGen, one more shot will do it, and we get the zoom in. Look at that double kill for IBGen on the Shyvana already in game number 2.
AD Shyvana! 2 kills.
And
Producer
it's
Lord
the
was
dragon.
right. Wow. All right. I'm in. I'm sold. This is the best Shyvana build.
One play, I'm done. A lot of damage here on the min-max, but a lot of damage on the panhandler too. Flash forward from min-max, one more shot will do it. The bounce from Cleave will secure that kill. CP Freeze has to get over the wall, as he's not going to fall for it. The damage, Dark Harvest back. They get 1 stack for min-max. Spirit of Steel is making the great escape at this point. I don't know if you want to back right here. Actually, they're not going to chase him down, so should be able to get out of here.
He does make it out. It's 3-3 now, but the dragon actually was taken in the first minute of its spawn in lifetime.
It was, yay.
Yeah, and partially, I assume. Wait, I think CP Freeze is dead. There he goes.
Not having a great time this game.
Yeah, gets dropped again. That's 2 deaths on the Silas, but topside.
Oh, Lucent
really
almost
low.
goes. Yeah, that was really close. Chad Jungle gonna get the charm. Is he gonna get the damage to follow up? Man, that electrocute. The healing from Lucent, getting those potions chugging, getting all that back is really nice, though. He's back up to about 3/4 of his health, and he's gonna force Goes to back, who doesn't have TP either.
Yeah, no teleport on this Fiora, but still 2 kills, feeling all right in this matchup. So yeah, just that extra attention being shown up there too. We're already seeing that it's pretty difficult to kill this Malphite, and he just hit level 6 too. So it's getting a bit scary, even though Gergos has got 2 solo kills to his name. Hasn't really bought any big items yet, and being on rather equal footing to Lucent, who now has access to the Bramble Vest and the Unstoppable Forest, I'd be shaking in my boots, even after getting 2 kills.
Yeah, that Malphite's not going to be fun to deal with, but maybe the Fiora will be able to handle some of those trades, as Gergos has done pretty well so far already. I think the biggest thing right now is the next action by IBGen, by Chad Jungler. I think they're bound to do something. They both hit level 6. This is the moment for them to really get engaged. And things are a little bit volatile in each of the lanes right now. So mid lane has been back and forth, CP Freeze and Troy going at it over and over again. And junglers now meeting in their skirmish here. We still have the mid lane fight going on, and CP Freeze dodges out of the perfect execution, uses the abscond abduct to get the perfect execution himself onto Troy. And what a play, a turnaround. CP Freeze making it back and forth. It's like a seesaw at this point in the mid lane. Charm comes out on IBGen. AD Shyvana will not survive that engage. Shut down over to CP Freeze, and a potential tower plate as well. They don't want it though.
Yeah, despite getting solo kill in this lane, CP Freeze just doing the same back to Troy and picking up another one onto IBN too. He was just there to pick up the wave. He was like, all right, I guess my mid laner's dead. I'm here. I'm gonna get these minis, but no, dead immediately.
Yeah, they don't have the damage here. Handler gets really low, almost gets the kill there. Oh, Curtain Call comes out. This is Spirit of Steel dying if he doesn't dodge out. One more shot. Bam, there it is. Min-max getting a kill on the bot side. Everything falling here. 5-5 though, even. We're 10 kills in, 8 and 45 seconds. Tied gold. Everything's looking really good comparatively, as this is going to be a bit of trouble for IBGen. Going to walk straight into Chad Jungle. Does find him out at least, but does have 2 members there. So a little bit spoopy in his own jungle.
Yeah, he gets to walk away with his life and his ultimate. So gonna feel all right about that one. No flash available, so what's still pretty scary for him is he's gonna walk back up to this top side. Pretty surprised that he's doing this, considering that he was just running away from there, but Chad Jungle now has a pretty good flank onto him.
Oh,
is he actually gonna complete the recall?
Freeze? No, they're a bit topsy-turvy right now again. Big tidal wave coming in. Flash from CP Freeze getting very low. Shield comes through, but it's still Troy who gets the execution off. A little bit more damage, a little bit of burn. Nobody's going to be able to do it. Spirit of Steel survives.
Wow. And flashing out there too. So that's been a second close call for this Janna already in this game. Doesn't get too many more though, as you gotta feel. Sometime his luck is gonna run out. But yeah, for now, again, the Kittens pick up yet another kill. They're up 1,000 gold. Tempting to make this a game 3 series right now. It's working very well. Of course, We already talked about how this topside matchup hasn't gone super well, but Lucent scales really well when it comes to the team fights, and that is exactly where this comp really starts to come online. When that team fight comes through, and when you can have that confidence to go in, but
he
Kurgos
popped
using his ultimate. Yeah.
Not gonna go in on it though. It's a little bit too far. Troy has found an angry CP freeze who's gonna get traded pretty heavily down. As nobody's gonna actually get the kill. Another dragon secured here though by Ivy Gen. So stacking up those dragons on the Shyvana is exactly where you want to be.
Exactly, and those feel even better on Shyvana because every dragon you pick up gives you more resistances in her passive. So that's huge for Shyvana to be able to pick up. That's, I believe, 15 of each resistance just gifted over to that champion for free. Meanwhile, Lucent...
I don't know what Kurgos is doing at that point.
Wow.
I mean, maybe they just want us to go to a game 3. I think that's it, Smacks.
Oh, no. You see the pink X.
Ooh.
You see the Evelyn coming.
I do. Dun, dun,
Dun,
dun,
dun,
dun.
dun.
Oh, they're going to find it. Chad Jungle gets his kill. Bot side mid-max, guys. Okay, Spirit of Steel takes that kill. Not too bad, not too shabby. Cleave almost kills Spirit of Steel, though. Gonna pop the tornado. Nice angle on that one. It's gonna give the thumbs up, too.
Just walking away with a kill onto min-max. Oh, all right. Yeah, they are gonna recall. After all, just gonna stop it for just a moment for Cleave, but yeah, just has to sit in this lane knowing that his AD carry just died in this lane that they were otherwise completely dominating right now. Despite the CS being pretty even, min-max still has a lot more gold than Panhandler with that extra kill and the assist that he had before, the 600 gold difference as we can see right there. So feeling pretty good in this lane, but Troy now a little spooked.
Oh, Troy going in with the perfect execution is gonna go through, gets freeze. And Chad Jungle just has to watch, but they get one in return. At least Troy does get CP freeze down with some extra damage. Ivy Gen did have the Rift Herald now, so we'll be looking to use that one. Still a little bit of damage on this Shyvana. I don't know if you want to do this, Chad Jungle. Although the execution's there, don't know if he can do it because he doesn't have the ultimate, as it's a bit close in the jungle trades over and over again. We're still tied 8-8. We have 2 dragon lead here for the Kittens, but it's still been absolute chaos in these fights and back and forth, honestly, every time.
It does appear as though that top 6 have pushed IBN and the gang away from this turret with that Rift Herald, so they can rest easy knowing that they haven't lost those turret plates. But
guesses wrong the first time. One more shot. Misses it. He waited too long.
He did.
There. Now min-max steps forward. Chad Jungle right behind him. Oh no, this is going to end up so badly. Chad Jungle might be able to pull out a kill. There's one. TP's now coming in, and that's going to be Troy. So is Ivy Gen. They've just left Chad all by himself. As that is just another kill.
Look at what Lucent is.
Min-max. Yeah, Lucent, he's, he's just having a good time, right?
Something like that. Teleported on over. They do use the Rift Herald. They might get all of the turret plates. Yes, they do.
They do. Right before the timer. Feels good, man.
It does. That's a ton of gold over to specifically this Jhin and the Shyvana again here. So that's the entire Trinity for us already. Okay, so I don't know if this is the tank version or the on-hit version. It feels more on-hit to me than tank, but IBN going for the auto attack damage on Shyvana. And CP Freeze is dead.
Worked out in those fights. Yeah, CP Freeze is already going to die. I did burn the flash in the mid lane, but it looks like it was just too much of an unstoppable force.
5 deaths on the Sylas now. That is not what you want to see after coming off of the super dominating performance on the Akali in game number 1. So yeah, and he's down a ton of CS now too, as we see Troy ticks over that 100 mark. So wait, he's going for the Liandry's. That's pretty surprising. I feel like the proto belt, or the rocket belt, excuse me, as it has been renamed, feels really good on that champion. I'm pretty surprised.
I think so too. I also see the Gale Force on the Jin.
Oh wow.
Well, there's more wonky things that you can do with the curtain call. I haven't seen it used. Maybe it got hot fixed. But you could make it to where you could shoot outside of the curtain call distance if you used it
Really?
at the same time as you opened it up. Because you would be at a different angle, and so it would let you shoot at a different angle of it, but it would still let you shoot the entirety. We'll see if it works. I don't know if it works anymore. Freeze is in some serious trouble. You got Panhandler on the side there. Freeze is already dead by Min-Max. Flashing in, though. Grand Challenge used on the Min-Max. Kangar goes get it. He doesn't even get the targeting on that. Monsoon comes out. But it's not going to heal enough. You still have the Jin opening up with the curtain call. This is all some bad stuff coming through, and not where you want to be for top 6, but exactly where you want to be for the Kittens. As they get the ace, they're gonna get the dragon, and that's gonna put them on soul point.
Yeah, it is. 3 dragons in a row for the Kittens, and that's a complete ace, as you said, too. 5 for 0. This is such a turnaround from game 1, but Min-Max.
He wants to get the tower, get the tower, be a good Jin, get the tower. Oh, he dodged like all of that, and he gets the tower. Does he get out? He gets out. Oh my God, Min-Max.
Wow. Just wow. I'm so shocked that they're able to make this turnaround right now, but now Gurgos, he can't even go for this 1v1 because IBN is here on this AD Shyvana. Every single time that it feels like the Kittens pull out some wacky strategy, it feels like it works so well for them. This is awesome.
Honestly, just so impressive, especially after that first game, and how rough it was, to be honest. And I think it's such a good turnaround. Maybe also showing the strength of blue side here, just a little bit. But really, the Shyvana play, the communication coming out from the Kittens has been really, really good comparatively, and I think they're poised to take us to the 3rd game, to the top of the mountaintop here, Smacks, and that's what I'm excited for.
I'm definitely excited for that too. Of course, they still have to worry about the side lane. That's the main win condition here for top 6. As Gurgos does now have the score drinker, can still 1v1 a lot of people, you gotta believe, as he is this Fiora, so gonna have to see what is possible on this champion. As Troy is up 2 levels.
Oh, he misses the charm. Can he get the damage down? Chad Jungle has to get out. Troy's going for the kills, and they're just going to clean house here.
Wow.
Spirit of Steel didn't make it in time. The tornado didn't hit him either. Chad Jungle is down. Curtain call comes out now. See if he can get the damage off there. It doesn't get the shot. Spirit of Steel able to knock that last one into his health bar, and it will be just a 1-kill trade here for the Kittens.
And they're gonna be getting this turret here too, and potentially even getting this Rift Herald as well, as they're still stacked up completely on this top side, as Lucent does not have teleport yet, but still just gonna clean up the scraps that Gurgos left him under his own turret in the bot lane. And yeah, I think they're just gonna turn over to this Rift Herald. It does despawn in about a minute, so they only have that amount of time to take it, but they've got all that and more if they need it. As it's just going to be Min-Max recalling to pick up the Collector now. So even though he did go for one of the traditional marksman mythics, still going to pick up the Collector for the lethality and the extra execution.
I'm still sad that we don't get the Eclipse. We got the Eclipse on Panhandler. CP Freeze got engaged on by Lucent. Lucent has Flash coming up here, but the Charm's going to land. I don't know if Lucent's going to be able to survive here. CP Free is going to be able to help Chad Jungle pick up that kill. And very unfortunate positioning for Lucent. See if Troy can make up some ground for it or get himself killed. Goes in, gets knocked back from that Monsoon. The tidal wave comes out. Troy still going for the kills. Min-Max is going forward too. I don't know if they want to do this now though, because the TP has come in. There goes, is all by himself. His team isn't coming to help him though. He's all alone. Now Chad Jungle getting the collapse. They still want this flash forward, or not flash forward, sorry, the Gale Force forward. And look at that angle on the curtain call. The kill steal, my goodness. Oh, I thought he was gonna hit him. I mean, honestly, that might have just killed him, because that would have been the execution.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, okay. So Minmax is doing a ton of damage with this Gale Force Collector build. I really like this. This is so cool to see. And there's that Rift Herald that we were talking about too. They're going to use that in the mid lane. It's just a diversion. They're going to go straight for this Baron.
See if there's going to be a contest. Chad Jungle heading this way. It's already at 8,000 health though, and don't think they can get it. The King's coming out now. Having spotted Chad Jungle. 3,000 health, getting a little bit lower. Looks like they're just going to execute it here. No contest coming out. So, Baron achieved by the kittens. They'll be purple kittens for now.
Purple kittens, not the most natural color for a kitten to be, but that's okay. They're still feeling good. And they're definitely winning this game at this moment. They have yet to actually kill the Nexus, but they've done all the steps leading up to it, and they might even get this Dragon Soul in 20 seconds too. And this is just such an early Dragon Soul. It's almost as early as you could possibly get it if they do take it on spawn. We do see CP Freeze is up in the top lane. He has teleport, so they want to contest this Dragon. They could potentially still do it, but based on the positioning of top 6, I don't even know if they want to fight this.
It doesn't look like they do. They're one's backing. You still got somebody top lane. You're not even positioning around it. The only person here is Chad Jungle, and the Dragon's already started up. So what do you do? Minmax could get 1v1 here. Is going to get a huge heal. Doesn't even get. Oh no.
Collected.
Well, got collected. Yep, that's all we're going to say. Minmax able to burn the heal to get the kill. CP Freeze takes the tower, but they give up the soul. And that will be this Cloud Soul achieved. They're going to push this mid tower as well. Get that one. And Gale Force going forward. And we're down. CP Freeze, the next one to fall. And everything is falling like dominoes here for the kittens. Can they just finish this off and get us to game 3 already? Because I'm ready for the action. IBGen is going to survive. That's a forehead right there. IBGen is popping off on this Dragon. That is 6-1 right now, Smacks, and I can't believe how strong this Shyvana has been in this preseason game.
Shyvana.
I say that, and Chad Jungle gets the shutdown, but it's fine because they get the kill back, and now Troy is on a killing spree.
He 1v1'd Fiora and lived under turret. Not many champions can do that. Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Minmax is already down. Tidal Wave comes out. Troy dodges out of the tornado here. We'll go invisible. There's
Round 2.
Scanner here. Damage down. That's going to be the unstoppable force coming out. Lucent is just that. Huge kills going over. Cleave is the one that gets the double kills. Give it over to the Nami because the game's already gone. As that is another inhib tower gone, another inhib gone, and this could just be the game if they want to keep pressing it.
You see how fast Lucent was after ulting with the Cloud Soul movement speed? It was so fast you didn't know what to do with it. He's just big clunky Sonic running around.
Oh, they've got the flank here. Oh, Cleave walks right into it. Cleave could be dead. Chad getting low. He goes down, and Troy is a monster getting killed now by Gergos. The shutdown, it might be a little bit too late to turn on by Gergos, but he gets one in response. Now Lucent not having a lot of mana here. Still enough to clap Gergos though. A couple more shots will do it. Riposte not going to go down. Monsoon coming out to heal, but Gergos goes forward out of the range. Now running straight into the jaws of a literal dragon. Gergos goes down and support to follow. A double kill over to IBGen. A couple more bodies left to be dragged down if they want to try and finish it. IBGen just going for it. Looks like they just AFK'd. Freeze is probably typing, doing something, not paying attention, will go down, and that is going to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to game 3 here between top 6 and Chung Yoon's Kittens. This is only going to take a little bit of time. It's only going to be a matter of time, but here we go, Smacks.
The Kittens have done it. They tied it up in a faster game than game 1, too. And it wasn't the bloodbath that we saw in game 1 either. It wasn't the Clown Fiesta. It wasn't just team deathmatch played on Summoner's Rift. They actually did play as a team. They went for team plays. They went for the Dragons. They went for the Baron. It was really clean from them, too. And they won all of their lane matchups as well. I'm very pleased to see a game like that. I'm much more pleased than I was in game number 1, where I couldn't even analyze anything. They were just fighting all the time. It was literally just team deathmatch. Now I actually get to see some calculated League of Legends, and
I know.
that just warms my heart.
It's so exciting. And also with these picks, I mean, Shyvana popping off. Like,
That's pretty fun.
I know we got told that that was going to be a thing, but I mean, to see it live, it's pretty nice. I wonder if we're going to see how it's Lauren says it changes a man. I wonder what we're going to see for game 3 though. See how this draft evolves, because we've seen a lot of chaos, a lot of craziness already, and it's going to be very interesting. You're not going to want to miss it. We do got to go on a little break here though to get to that game. We'll be right back. welcome back to the Battle Up Fall Tournament hosted by Esports CCP. I am Mazel again for the third time of this series, joined by my best friend Smacks, and we are going to be doing this last game of the day of the tournament for all the prizes, for all the marbles, if you will. We're going to have top 6 on the blue side, the Kittens on the red for this one, and we're already into the pro draft, so I'm just going to name off these bands here, Smacks, and I want your big brain analysis on the other side of it. Got the Malphite band away, the Mumu, the Akali taken away on the blue side. On the red side, for Meow 3, as you see they're called, Graves, Kane, and wait on that last band.
Tank's good. That's why you got to ban the Malphite and the Amumu, of course. Kale also has to be banned. You got to get rid of that. But they've left up Samira.
And they've fallen into this trap in the other
and
right?
Victor.
Oh no!
Oh no!
But hey,
oh no!
Maybe that means they get Samira.
Oh no! Victor is
that's
so broken.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we do get to watch Victor, which is going to be fun.
That's exciting.
Not going to be fun for the Kittens, I think.
Do you think the Kittens were expecting that? Because they seem to be taking a little bit of time on their bands or their picks.
Well, Lennon, this is the 5th game that we've done today, and Victor has been banned in 4 of them.
It has.
And now it has been chosen first in the 5th one.
And then
so
was the pick.
I think everyone knows that Victor is really broken.
I think
but yeah, they've gone for Victor. They've left Samira up again.
But why the Jin?
So
well, okay. So I guess in this point, like, I don't think Samira is that great into Victor. Like, I feel like Victor's gonna do a pretty good job against the Samira. Maybe that's why you don't pick it and you just go with this Jin that actually did really well last game for you. They do get this Orianna, but that gives over a second strong pick here if they want it. And it is another really good one. I like that Orianna from the Kittens, but this one is going to be a trophy pick, if you will, for top 6 if they can get it.
And they do. They have Samira, they have Victor, and they're going to pair with the Leona again.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Lauren, right now. I apologize. I know we still got draft to go, okay? I'm positive. I'm positive here. We have Alistair locked in for the Kittens again. It did do pretty well. All right, got to give them that one. But with the comp that they're faced up against, it's giving me vibes of game number 1. And that was a lot of fighting, a lot of kills, and a lot of chaos, but it was still top 6 that came out on top.
And Victor really likes games like that now too, because when he gets takedowns, his passive gets accelerated so well on the Hex Core upgrades, because every takedown he gets gives him 25 Victor bucks, and every minion he kills gives him 1 Victor buck. So you want to get all those Victor bucks.
Called Victor bucks.
Yeah, they're called Victor bucks. And when you get 100 of them, you can upgrade your Victor stuff using the Victor bucks. And
I feel like this is canon.
It's real.
I feel like it's not called Victor Bucks.
They are called Victor Bucks.
I believe you, Smacks.
They are called Victor Bucks by me and anyone else who calls them Victor Bucks.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I think they're called like Hex Chips or something. I don't know, but Victor Bucks sounds way better.
Bucks better.
But yeah, you got to get 300 of them to get your completed Hex Core, and you can either kill 300 minions, or you can kill 12 champions. And based on what we saw in game number 1, I feel like the champions are going to come way earlier than the minions. So
I would say
if that actually happens again, then I got some bad news for the Kittens. They're going to get zapped.
Hey, that's not very nice, all right?
Well, they shouldn't have let Victor
I don't
out.
want to see Kittens getting zapped. They did get the Camille here for the Kittens, though. Immediately responded to by the Ornn. You got to appreciate that Tank finally showing up. Not going to have been seen at all in this tournament that we've seen so far. But in this final game, it will be picked up.
And this is, I believe, the first tank that top 6 have actually chosen throughout this entire series. At least in a solo lane. They did choose Leona. So that is a thing, but that doesn't count. because she doesn't build the Bambi Cinder item most of the time. So now they actually do have a Bambi Cinder tank alongside Samira and Victor and Leona. And now they have Kindred too, so they have another AD carries type champion who can keep everyone alive, all these broken champions. I just feel like this composition is so good, and it works so well together too, because everyone is about the same range on the side of top 6. They have a really good front line, but
they just
have
locked in
made
Exodia.
the grave error. They have left open the AD Shyvana for ban.
It's Exodia. Honestly, I was gonna make a joke before it got locked in about them. The only thing I could save them now is if they picked up Exodia for this last pick. And honestly,
There it
I'm
is.
with it because it's right there. Yeah.
AD Shyvana. It's here. It's now. It's
It's the
100% win
future.
rate.
Yeah, it is. You're not wrong. Statsman smacks over here.
Yes.
Into the Kindred, I feel like
No, man.
don't
It's
know.
the best pick in the entire universe.
Well, more so for the Kindred. Like, I've played a decent amount of Kindred. I don't know how that matchup goes. Like, I'm trying to theorize it in my head, but it's I don't know. It's really difficult.
It's bad for Kindred, apparently, because Shyvana does not lose any matchups to
Apparently.
anyone. She can
Especially-
1v1 Fiora, apparently.
They did.
So,
ban
yeah. Shyvana's just the best if you go AD, and we know that IBN is going to. So, yeah, I mean, the composition for top 8 or top 6 is marvelous. It's so good, but then you look over at this AD Shyvana, and you're like, wow, you actually cannot win. It's impossible to win against this AD Shyvana.
Literally impossible.
There it is, 100% win rate. Told you. Thank you, Production Stats, for popping that one up for us. The LCS level production. I
Yeah.
really like that one.
Incredible.
Actually, you know what? Not even LCS level. This is LEC level production right now.
Hey, there you go. Give them the real props. Give them the real good ones.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr.
Shout out
Lauren.
to producer Lauren holding it down for all of tonight and dealing with all of our things.
Our things.
We've got a lot. We've had a lot to talk about today.
We have. And a lot of new, interesting builds and things that have happened today. Exactly what we kind of set out in the day to look for, to explore for, to adventure for, Smacks. And like, I feel like we finally made it to the final excavation site. There's like dinosaur bones sticking out. We've made it to where we wanted to be, and we're getting things that we wanted to see. We got a Kindred now that I haven't seen yet. The Victor that's gonna pop off. Ornn being picked up this time. Shyvana's back in the game. We got everything here. It's a cornucopia.
What was that thing that Rebel Fox said is more valuable than diamonds in the excavation site in Minecraft? It's like nether ore or something.
Netherite or something?
Netherite. That was it. Perfect. We found the netherite.
We found another.
We are Minecraft experts.
Yes, exactly. I know how to make a door.
Yes, that's exactly what you came to twitch.tv/esportsccp to hear, right?
Yes,
You came to hear about all the Minecraft facts.
Yes.
And that's why we're here. That's exactly what we've been brought onto the stream to do.
Yep.
And so we're doing it. Did you know that Minecraft is in Smash Bros?
Please no. Yes. Maybe.
It is.
I don't want to hear that anymore. Let's go on.
That's my Minecraft fact of the day. Minecraft is in Smash Bros. You can be an Enderman.
Kind of disappointment because I don't know what to say.
The more you know.
My heart.
Anyway, yeah, I like I said, I mean top 6. Yeah, you've completed the best possible composition in the entire preseason patch. Yeah, you've done all your prep. You know that Victor and Samira are super broken. You know that Ornn can build these tank items. But do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man.
The one that lives on Drew.
Do you know the Muffin Man who lives in AD Shyvana?
Oh.
And I don't think they do.
Not the buttons. We're gonna get a break. We're being dragged off the stage in one of those like shepherd hooks. Bye everybody. We'll be back with game number 3, the final game of the tournament here. Top 6 versus the Kittens. welcome back for the final time of the day. We've got the final matchup, the final battle, the top of the mountaintop here, Smacks. It is top 6 versus Kittens.
This is the pinnacle of League of Legends, the mostest of League of Legends,
The mostest.
and the bestest of League of Legends. And we have the bestest of League of Legends casters, of course, self-titled, the Smazel Duo.
The Smazel. It all works out, right?
Yes.
You get this 5-man line of scrimmage, although it's a bit wonky, just a little bit different. I mean, you got 2 right on top of each other. No early fighting. I'm wondering if we're going to get the same pace that we've seen, at least in game number 1, where we saw a lot of action early on. Even in game number 2, it was a little bit slower, but did build up. Although,
Well, they're just going to let it happen?
okay, well, anything.
Oh.
Okay, they wanted to give it to CCP Freeze. He walked all the way over there just to grab
He
that.
needs it, man.
It works.
He needs it.
As we get the cat in the background.
He's late on his rent check. He really needs the money. So very, very generous of the jungler and the top laner of top 6 to donate that over to their friend. However, before we continue this even further, something is really bothering me right now, Lennon. And would you like to know what it is?
I would. Tell me, Smacks.
It's the fact that our producer, Leche Lauren, has not swapped Samira and Ornn on the scoreboard.
True.
Oh my god.
I
hate this.
I thought, oh goodness, my eyes. People, look away, avert your eyes. This is no longer safe for consumption. Can't do the same. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. Nothing happened. You can.
I can confirm though that producer Lauren was in fact trying to poison us by doing so, and luckily we've escaped.
We have escaped. Just barely, but we've escaped. There was a decent fight on the bot side of the map though between the duos in there, and
yeah,
really came of it. They weren't able to get anything, but although Cleve and Minmax doing a pretty good job early on of stopping the pressure that can be developed by Panhandler on the Samira.
As a wise man would say, the damage being dealt to Samira is very bigly, and Panhandler gonna have to already use his health pop, but already the cleanse.
Minmax got double knocked there, but Cleve was able to headbutt Panhandler away, and then the 4th shot comes up for Minmax, gets a better trade on Panhandler. So it feels really good for the Jin at this point in this matchup, and the pressure and the damage he's been able to put onto Panhandler.
Of course, he's already used the cleanse, so much less safe than he was previous to that fight, but still lots of damage onto the Samira is going to feel pretty great, and they have a gigantic wave coming into them here too, as the bot lane Panhandler and Spirit of Steel are just going to recall, but canceled by the Deadly Flourish. Very nicely done.
It looks like Spirit of Steel is able to complete their back, but it will be a while till Panhandler can do theirs. They will just start right now, but the pushing is coming in, so no back for Panhandler just yet, sitting just above 200 health. Probably not the best situation to be in against this Alistair. Looks like he's going to be going for the dive. They're going to bait it out. Minmax stepping forward, flashing over the wall. They got the knock up. They got the Deadly Flourish. One more shot will do it. It's the Ignite that's going to secure first blood. And it's going over to the Kittens.
And yeah, Panhandler just really greedy by staying right there. Of course, he was denied the recall by the Deadly Flourish, but still, dying there is so much worse than just recalling and coming back to lane with your support and with your health bar intact right there, Lennon. So, huge punish.
See if they want to go for a dive here on the Lucent. Don't know if this is the greatest play. Was spotted out early by that ward. Chad Jungle just looking to get something going here. Will back in the bush potentially. Could go into an empty jungle at this point on the northern quadrant of the map. We will see a focus potentially down towards the dragon for IB Gen, as we saw a big focus last game for the Kittens getting those dragons early on, getting them at the points, and right now it could be set up to do just that again.
Yep, IBN making his way back over there. Spotted by Spirit of Steel, though, so potentially going to be running away from that one. They still really want this dragon, because like we were talking about last game, Shyvana really needs any type of dragon there is, because you get extra stats. You get the resistances 5 each for every dragon that you take in Summoner's Rift, so getting those picked up for them is going to mean a lot for Shyvana, and really for everyone, as the Mountain Dragon is pretty nice to just have in general, but still, IBN gets pushed away by the extra priority of Panhandler and Spirit of Steel.
Which means that it was IBGen pathing to the top side of the map, although it is still Chad Jungle down here. They should be able to get something onto Min-Max and Cleave if they continue to push as they have done so many times this game. Kindred's still not getting onto the map so far, not being really seen or going into these lanes for any ganks, but could be changing that very quickly.
Dragon has been alive for a minute, which is longer than the first dragon was for game number 2. So IBN not really liking that one, is making his way back over there, but there is a mark. So potentially just going to go for the Scuttle Crab to deny that one away. No, just straight to dragon.
Interesting here. So we have the little fight for each jungler's priority at this point. The Essence for Chad Jungle on the Kindred, and then you're looking for the Dragons for IBGen. Chad Jungle is going to find out a little bit late, flashing in, or jumping over the wall, at least still having his flash. Panhandler goes down. It's still taken by Chad Jungle, who gets the dragon. They're going to get the kill. Jen flashing away. Min-Max getting very low. Damage coming over. Spirit of Steel still there. IBGen survives somehow. Zenith Blade's going to connect onto Cleave. Headbutt back in. Cleave is still alive as he's finally going to go down. That's going to be a big shockwave. Spirit of Steel gets rooted up, though. Chad Jungle takes another kill here, and then Panhandler comes in for his own, gets executed by the tower, and we'll take a quick back.
Oh, wow. Oh, no for the kittens right now. But top 6, what a turnaround in this early game. They lost the first blood in that bot lane 2v2, but coming back so strong. They know that they have that priority with the Samira Leona bot lane, and they use it so beautifully. They get the Dragon Steel, they get the mark, they get the fight. Every possible thing that could go their way in that bot side fight did, including the execute by Panhandler on the last kill. Brutal for the kittens.
Definitely is, and now they are at a bit of a deficit. Nothing too crazy, nothing that they can't come back from, but it's not a place you want to be in, because you're reminiscing to game number 1. It was this exact position, early kills going over, maybe a little bit earlier than this, but still being able to get this early pressure and presence on the map, and then top 6 never giving it up.
For CP Freeze, it also means a whole lot that he was able to take part in that fight too, because I was talking about earlier, the Victor Bucks are here. He now has 50 extra from his takedowns, so he likely already has that laser upgrade on the Victor, and you don't have to recall for it. This Victor change is so insane for a multitude of reasons, but the biggest one for the early game is that you don't actually have to recall to upgrade your E. So you can stay in this lane, go for the wave clear, and now Troy just has to deal with this Victor upgrade without even needing to recall. He just stays in lane. As long as he has mana, the wave is dead.
Do you think that Victor has worked bot lane again?
Probably.
Lucent is probably going to die. Oh, nice use of the stun. He's still very, very low. Does flash out and survive. But Gergo's almost got the kill with the Ornhorn.
Oh, you do not want to recall right there.
I don't know. IBGen is here. Chad Jungle looking for it is there as well. IBGen having ulti ready. Can pull the trigger on that if they want to. Looks like everything's going to quiet down, though.
Essentially setting their sights onto this Rift Herald here, too, as Lucent actually doesn't recall. He gets to pick up that wave. Pretty surprising that he was able to do that, but IBN was enough backup for him to have the confidence to do so, but now they're both recalling, and Chad Jungle just gets free reign over this Rift Scuttler, so they can potentially just take an entire first turret. Look how many turret plates have already been taken in that top lane. Gergos, just in the 1v1 alone, has taken 2 against the Camille. That's huge for this Ornn. So they can use this Rift Herald topside as it has now been picked up by Chad Jungle, or use it mid as there's nobody there to compete with CP Freeze's wave clear.
Yeah,
There
I
it
was
is.
just about to say, there's really nothing that Troy just had to back. After the wave is like literally under his tower and had to back because of the situation with health and how the pressure was happening. Now they just take the tower with it too. So it's so hard to play against that. And CP Freeze getting even further ahead, getting even more gold funneled into his pocket, and not really having been answered to or punished for any of it.
This is the impact of the Victor change. Like I was saying, you don't have to recall. You can just stay in lane, and you get the upgraded laser. You can push against your lane opponent so freely. It just doesn't matter what their situation is. If you have mana, you get to kill the wave by just pressing E once, and Orianna just cannot compete with the likes of that. So CP Freeze gets the wave pushed in. They get the priority for the Rift Herald. They get the Rift Herald, and now the mid turret's just completely gone. Everything on the map is going the way of Chad Jungle because of this mid lane priority, but there's a cleanse.
Cleanse came out because of the solar flare. They get the double knockup though, and that is Panhandler cleaning house right now on the Samira. Don't want to give this pick up, but it's already too late. It's in your game. It's wrecking house, and it's picking up a double kill.
Oh man, they left up the Victor and the Samira and the Ornn and the Leona, and it's all collapsing now for the Kittens. This is why these champions have been banned every single game. They're just too strong on this patch. They're getting nerfed next patch too. Just wait for that to happen. And Gurgos.
Lucent gets taken down in the 1v1. CP Freeze gets his own kill on IB Gen. I want to point out something because it's a Kraken Slayer on this Kindred. Not something you see very often. It's curse call coming out. Chad Jungle pops the Lamb's Respite. See if you can wait it out. I don't know if this is the play that you want to do. Fourth shot came out. Not going to hit the damage that needs to be done to kill Spirit of Steel. And still, CP Freeze pushing mid lane, getting all that pressure. Top lane's getting pushed in now by Gurgos. And it is really rough right now. That's not really the place you want to. I guess he completed it, so why not? And Dragon has also started up.
It is by min-max though. So this could be the first Dragon for the Shyvana that we're seeing in this game. There's a teleport here too. That's the smite. They actually do get the objective. Feels like the teleport was wasted.
Don't like to see that, but Troy felt it was necessary. Did want to join his team as quickly as he could. Take CP Freeze also joining here, trying to push in this mid lane a little bit more. The question is, what do you do now as IB Gen? You haven't really gotten to have a big influence like you did last game on this amazing Dragon pick. The thing that we said was the bee's knees, if you will, this Shyvana. And it hasn't been the same early game performance that we saw. It's only 13 minutes in, but these are the pivotal moments, and now we're seeing something go down on the bot side. Stun comes in. It's really nice what Cleve is doing right now, forcing the Samira not to go in, but it's too late. I mean, at that point, you just have given up so much pressure. You've given up so much gold. Chad Jungle's going to be able to pick up a kill down here, too. There's 4 members down here, and they are just going to take this tower, Smacks.
Excellent teleport by CP Freeze there to secure those kills. Could not get away. Potentially losing some gold in the mid lane because of it. It's already one turret plate down. Troy now has to hightail it on out of there because he knows he cannot compete with anyone on the opposing team. Speaking of turret plates, they've already taken 4 bot lane right now by Panhandler and Spirit of Steel. They're going to get the entire turret right now. So 2 turrets to 0. They're up 7,000 gold. And it's not stopping anytime soon, Lennon. They're still going to be able to win all of these fights. They're the composition that is built to team fight, as opposed to Lucent, who's on this Camille, who wants to side lane. And everyone else here, the Jhin doesn't really like team fighting. He just wants to start it off and find these picks. And the Shyvana has a lot of single target damage too, so it just feels like the team fight for the Kittens is really not well equipped to go for these 5v5s, especially when they're down this drastically.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part right now. Is like I feel like their picks are fine. They had some good choices in that aspect, but it's just how the early game is played out here. They're trying to make something happen though. Big roots, big damage onto Freeze, but can they get him? Cleve not able to get the last shot, flash over, but it's still the damage coming in from min-max. He was able to get that kill. Still very, very low, but they at least get this CP Freeze, who's been a menace to them so far. As Lucent decides to take on a fight on Gurgos, but Chad Jungle has arrived as well. A lot of damage coming down from Chad Jungle. As lands Respite available, but doesn't even use it. And Lucent with the outplay. Flash forward. Oh, no, he doesn't get him. Lucent is going to die here on the bot side. We do have a 2v2. Panhandler with the Inferno trigger gets one and helps get the second one. That's a double kill to Spirit of Steel. A tower going over, and it's still top 6 pulling him out, but they get another one. It's shut down onto Troy.
You could see that Kirkos did not think that there was any chance that Troy was in the top lane, but unfortunately, that was the worst possible place for Troy to be. And if you're Gurgos, he dashes in only to see the Clockwork Mistress slay him with the command move. That's pretty brutal. But meanwhile, there is a control ward spotting out Chad Jungle and CP Freeze, and there is the Scryer's Bloom letting them know that Spirit of Steel is also here. Trying to go for these plays because you know the top 6 are just that far ahead.
Yeah, that's all they're looking for right now. We see the Gale Force and a little damage from Min-Max. All right, I see you. I see you. I don't know if I necessarily like the Gale Force again. No, we talked about it a little bit in the middle of the breaks. And yes, they did win. So I can't really say too much last game. But I don't know. This game not feeling the same. 1-4 on the Gen. But Gen is going to get caught. And cleaning up house again, just stacking as a team over and over again. That's been pretty much this series. And it will lead over to Panhandler getting another kill, or is it going to go over to Spirit of Steel? Spirit of Steel takes it. He's 3-0-7. Give the support the kills.
Oh man, this game, it feels like you said when we saw the draft. It feels like game number 1, except we're seeing the top 6 are actually taking this one more seriously than just monkey fighting all the time, just going for every single engage possibly. If there's an enemy champion, we're going to fight them.
Oh, but no.
Troy is all alone. That's a lot of damage, but he's out of mana.
The Spirit of Steel's just going to call down the light. Solar Flare came out. CP Freeze takes another kill.
Yep. Everyone on the side of Kittens is just trying desperately to find some sort of advantage for themselves, but everywhere they go, there is a member or 2 or possibly even 3 of top 6, and they can't get away.
Oh no.
Here again.
Oh my goodness. CP Freeze. Oh, and that's going to be a stack to Chad Jungle as well. Oh no, that's Ivy Gen going down. Lucent in some trouble here as well. The Rift Herald is available for Chad Jungle. Is he also, Lauren, quick, is he going to get another stack there at the blue? Go check. Did Kindred get blue buff just now? Oh my god, he got another stack. Wow, that's insane. Okay, so he didn't really need the extra one, but still, like, getting the kill on Shyvana and then also getting the blue stack, it's pretty nice.
Definitely. And he's already a Kraken Slayer too, so this is a really strong Kindred in this game. Meanwhile, Gurgos is dead. No surprise there.
No surprise whatsoever.
Actually, kind of surprising.
Well, you know, when you overextend like that, that tends to happen. It's fine. It's a little bit of confidence coming through, bleeding through, if you will. He just played Connect. I don't know if that's the fight that you want, but they're going to take it. Panhandler is just going to leave his support Spirit of Steel to die, and a couple mistakes coming out back to back here. A lot of damage on Cleve. One more shot. Oh my goodness. Chad Jungle with the Kraken Slayer is slaying names here. That's a double kill. Chad Jungle is still there. Big Inferno trigger. Panhandler comes through with the clutch. He's still going to die, but it doesn't matter. That is huge for top 6, 21-9. 9,000 gold in the lead, and they are sitting pretty.
More of the game 1 Fiesta flavor. We're back at it. Of course we were going to get some of that if top 6 were winning. We couldn't hold our breath forever. They finally give us something where it's just complete chaos. All hands on deck. Woo woo, we're going in, and no one survives. Of course, no one survives except for CP Freeze, who is now going to have his time come in the bottom lane.
He's not.
Yep, he's dead.
Not surviving.
Did he kill? Oh my god.
He actually
killed Min-Max.
Yeah. I don't even want to. Smacks. I don't know. That feels really bad. And Ivy Gen's gonna be caught here too. Does use his ulti to get out. Solar Flare comes down though. Ivy Gen looking to turn it. Isn't gonna have the health bar here. TP from Lucent comes straight in, flying in, if you will. Spirit of Steel is gonna fall, and Ivy Gen still alive on this Shyvana, healing a decent amount too from that kill. Lucent chasing down Gurgos continuously. They aren't going to collapse onto this one, so it will be just another kill going over. And don't call it a comeback at this point. They're on a killing spree right now with Lucent, and they're looking for more. Chad Jungle is going to be caught. Panhandler too. This isn't who you want to fight on. Although Panhandler gets one, it's still going to be his death. Ivy Gen is going to take that kill, and they have pulled some back, and now they look at the Baron.
The Kittens, they're coming back into this game right now. They're still down 6,000 gold, but only Victor is on the map. Of course, this is the champion that you really don't want to be on the map when going for a play, but they might have found him.
Gets a double stun on Troy and Min-Max, but the grenade comes in from Min-Max and gets the kill. Ivy Gen getting a little bit low. One more shot. Oh, he uses the... Oh, no. TP. That's going to be the Orin TPing in, as well as Solar Flare going to be used. They do have a lot of engage here. Orin not available just yet. Getting clapped, though, and that's damage down. 2 dead. Baron getting low. It's going to be taken by Gurgos, and they get the shockwave, but they lose everything else. That's going to be the flash mistakenly used by Troy, and at this point, they're just having some fun in the pit, but that is everything for top 6.
Oh, no. He's killing him with the Bammy Cinder. Wait.
Get away. No.
Wait. The Bammy Cinder kill. Wait, they're waiting for the mark.
Oh, no. We got it. Oh, okay. Well.
Optimal.
Smacks.
That's optimal right there.
That's optimal. What is this Kindred build? It's not. I mean, I know
it's cool.
Like, I missed the attack speed Kindred builds back in the day before preseason and before all this craziness, but it hasn't been a thing in a while. It makes me really excited to see it coming back. Still a lot of damage on Lucent. He has to flash out of the gravitational field, but still dies.
You can't fight Victor. He's too broken. That's all I have. That's just true.
Min-Max is
dead.
Min-Max.
Goodbye, Min-Max.
It was fun while it lasted, Min-Max.
Can't Gale Force out of that one.
Nope, you cannot. Although I bet he wishes he could.
You know the are you a Phineas and Ferb fan?
Yeah.
For some reason that reminded me of the Kickball song by Love Handle. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
My mother's love was always inexplicably linked to kickball.
No. Oh,
and my brother was an expert from the start.
What?
But I lacked finesse when I was put to the test. I couldn't kick my way right into her heart. I couldn't kick my way right into her heart.
I like how
ladies and gentlemen, Love Handle.
CP Freeze actually dies to Troy and Lucent. Solar Flare does connect on Lucent. He gets stunned up here as Chad Jungle is going to go in. Does get knocked up right when he does. Gurgos was making an item back there, helping get the upgrade for Panhandler, but it's still the curtain call being opened up here. Gurgos running straight at him, just trying to get to him, stops it as he will help Chad Jungle. Can he get it? Lamb's Respite's going to be popped. The heal will come through. And already doing well is top 6 in this fight. They're going to siege down this inhib tower on the bot side of the map. Gurgos goes for the knockup, but doesn't get it, as the siege will no longer be possible.
Running away right now. There's still some semblance of a re-engage. Look, Kicker goes.
Kirgos just goes for it. Doesn't care about his health bar. TP's now coming in from Freeze. That's going to be huge on the backside. They already get one. Now Freeze is here. He's obliterating the health bars. Chaos Storm is out. It's coming for blood. He turns. He goes dead, as that's going to be everything in the kitchen sink thrown at the kittens, but they're just kittens and they can't catch it.
They can't catch it at all, but they can't catch a break either. Run, Min-Max!
Oh, Panhandler goes for it and gets it. Oh no, Min-Max, that is not where you want to be, and that's not the death you want to have. Double kill for Panhandler as the Inferno triggers pop just for the show of it. They're not going to be able to get any more of this unless they overextend, but they get a ton of the base. They're baiting forward. They're getting Lucent to go in as they're getting killed. Double knockup for Cleve. I don't know if he can survive this, though. That's two very strong members as they will back off finally.
Are they even able to back off, though, is the question. There is a mobility boots, Alistar running them down. I don't think he can do it. Oh my. Okay. Okay. They're done fighting, Lennon. They're done. Now I can go back to... I'm just kidding. They didn't quite end the game, but they did just about everything they possibly could have without killing the final structures on the side of top 6. We're already seeing that these so strong champions are being put to work right now. 10 kills on the Samira, 9 kills on the Victor. You just can't compete with these champions at all. You just can't.
You really, I mean, there's no way that, like this gold lead right now, you can't come back with the champions that are drafted in the way that these fights have been going. You have some tools here and there. We've seen Troy be able to pull back some of these fights with some big shockwaves, and just because he has that damage, that as soon as they decide to just come all 5 and actually take a real fight, not overextend, not play cocky, I just feel like it's going to end. We could be seeing that right now as they focus mid lane.
At this point, all I want to see is that Gale Force Jhin ultimate interaction that you were talking about. That's what I want to see. If they've got that left in the tank, then I'm gonna call it that the kittens win. But I don't know if they can win this fight.
I don't know if they can either. Chad Jungle getting a lot of poke damage down. That is going to be the inhib tower in the mid lane dead, and inhib soon to follow. Lucent was on the flank before all of that happened. Troy almost just dies right there. Lucent had to back, and now is back here for the fight. Solar Flare doesn't connect really. Oh my god, that's Ivy Jin's health bar just decimated. They do get one in return, but guess who's still alive? It's CP Freeze and Panhandler. Blade World comes out, stops Min-Max from really getting anything off there, and see if they can follow it up. Min-Max just gets dead as Panhandler goes in for it. He's gonna get shut down though by Troy. Troy gets blasted by CP Freeze. CP Freeze then gets blasted by Lucent, and it's just trading back and forth, and we're just getting kills left and right. Lucent is going to take this though. They can't get him. Lucent's gonna get one of them. The tower will fall though. They lose 2 Nexus towers, but they will live to fight another day.
We're still playing League of Legends here, Lennon. They're still in it. The minions are not enough to close out the game, and Lucent puts up an admirable base defense. And now IBN is making his way over to this dragon. Chad Jungle's alive too. And I have to see if IBN can deny away this soul as one final act of rebellion, as the base is still in shambles, but he's gonna try.
Jungle can steal it at this point as it's already going down. Oh, he goes in so early. He doesn't even get the Lamber's fight off. Okay. This is a triple knockup. It is the second dragon of the game going over to the kittens. Oh. Freeze?
Oh, he's just going to steal blue buff.
Yeah, he's just here.
I thought he was going to end the game.
I thought he was too. And then he started running to the jungle. I was like, oh, he's going to try to flank him? And then no.
Nope, just blue buff. That's all.
At this point, do they try it in though? Like, do you see what I see?
Urgos does want to do that, yeah.
I don't know if Troy can really do anything. They've got a big minion wave pushing. Baron getting a little bit low here. They do have the flank, and they're going to force the pull off of the Baron. Can they stop the backs is the question at this point, though. Curtain call comes out. Not really going to get anything. Just buys a little bit of time. Maybe buys his death, too. No, they're not going to collapse on him. And Gurkos didn't get the angle he wanted.
Gurkos has a demonic embrace as he's teleporting into this fight.
The TP is going to be huge if they can get it. I mean, Gergo's able to join. I don't think he has the angle there, though. Does get the knockups there. Under tower, though. Not necessarily exactly where they want to go. Oh, no. The damage coming in. It's going to be so... Oh, it's CP freeze. A double kill for Panhandler. The heal was used by him, but it doesn't matter. The health bars are gone right now. And it's one last attempt. Lucen trying to get something, but he gets taken out. And you got to think it's all she wrote here in this game, Smacks. The last member will fall, and top 6 will claim the prize, claim the championship, and win this tournament. They take it all.
And with more kills than there were in game 1, too. This one ended with 67. I don't know why I'm surprised, knowing what we saw in game 1, but somehow they topped it. They topped it again here, Lennon. I can't believe that happened, but top 8. They take the trophy. They take the prize pool. They take the jerseys with their names, and they take our hearts.
That's the most exciting part, right? I mean, they get jerseys, they get all this prize pool money, they get to just be successful. It's a great thing, and congratulations to the guys of top 6. This whole team performed so well in this series, and off the back of some very strong individual performances, but strong team performances as well, Smacks.
Yeah, it was a fun one. It was definitely a fun one for sure. So much fighting in all 3 games, and it was pretty close too. Especially in that last one. Of course, we know the top 6 was really far ahead for most of that game, but there were times when the Kittens were mounting comebacks. They were giving us some signs of hope, but couldn't quite manage it. And the biggest tell for that last game was the final fight that was started was a 4v5 in favor of the Kittens. Kindred wasn't even there. Chad Jungle did not make an appearance until the final base push, and they still won it because Victor and Samira are just not balanced. Ban it.
Yeah. It is definitely a needed ban there, but again, just want to give one last shout out to top 6, who will take home that $1,500 prize pool. As you said, those jerseys with the names on it, and will be the champions of this Battle Up tournament here presented by CCP. And I've had a great time here. We are going to send it to a little break here. We will be back though. So do not go. Oh, I'm so sorry. Never mind. I thought I heard something. We aren't going to be going to break. We're going to be going somewhere else. We're going to not be on the stream anymore. I don't know where we're going. We're getting in the bus with Mr. Lauren. Thank you all for being here, though. It's been a wonderful, wonderful time. We've had so much fun on this desk. Hope you enjoyed all the games, too. And we will have to catch you next time on Summoner's Rift.
Go for it.
Okay, so for 1,000 Rocket League credits, we got Gotcha Peter for the winner of it.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Esports College and Career Pathways we are dedicated to helping gamers, players really improve their game, whether at the collegiate level like we are today or as a career.
Go to your buddy and be like, hey, I got paid to play video game and get good grades. What did you get money for?
We really want to give a foundation for gamers to come in, express themselves in their own way, give them a competitive base setting, and provide them with the equipment necessary to, thrive in that competitive setting.
We looked at the resources that are available, and even yesterday I was talking to parents and players, and they didn't even know there were varsity teams at the college level, let alone that there's scholarships. So we took upon ourselves that we really want to put together these combines, not just like Rocket League we're doing now, but we're doing League of Legends in 2 weeks, And beyond that, we're probably going to do Fortnite to really give resources and a recruitment tool for the colleges, but really to get these players in front of the right people at the right time.